Chapter 1, Rights and Responsibilities. Question 1. Who are regulated by laws in Canada? A. Individuals. B. Governments. C. Both A and B. D. None of them. The answer is C. Both A and B. One of Canada's founding principles is the rule of law. Individuals and governments are regulated by laws and not by arbitrary actions. Question 2. Together with Canadian law that was inherited from the past, Canada also has an 800 years old tradition of ordered liberty, which dates back to the signing of A. Magna Carta, B. Fleur de Lys, C. Charter of Independence, D. There was no signing. The answer is A. Magna Carta. Canadian law has several sources, including laws passed by Parliament and the provincial legislatures, English common law, the Civil Code of France, and the unwritten constitution that we have inherited from Great Britain. Together, these secure for Canadians an 800-year-old tradition of ordered liberty, which dates back to the signing of Magna Carta in 1215 in England, also known as the Great Charter of Freedoms. Question 3. Which of the following is not a source of the law present in Canada? A. French Civil Code. B. Law passed by Parliament. C. U.S. Federal Law. D. English Common Law. The answer is C. U.S. Federal Law. Canadian law has several sources, including laws passed by Parliament and the provincial legislatures, English Common Law, the Civil Code of France, and the unwritten constitution that we have inherited from Great Britain. Question 4. The Constitution of Canada was amended in which year? A. 1982, B. 1997, C. 1947, D. 1980. The answer is A. 1982. The Constitution of Canada was amended in 1982. Question 5. Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law, this phrase underlines the importance of A. Religious tradition, B. Dignity and worth of human person, C. Both A and B, D. None of these. The answer is C. Both A and B. Whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law, this phrase indicates the importance of religious as well as moral values and traditions to Canadian society and the dignity and worth of the human person. Question 6. How old is the tradition of ordered liberty that Canada contains? A. 1000, B. 800, C. 700, D. 900. The answer is B. 800. Canada contains an 800 years old tradition of ordered liberty, which dates back to the signing of Magna Carta in 1215 in England, also known as the Great Charter of Freedoms. Question 7. Through habeas corpus, a person can challenge unlawful detention by the state. It is derived from which law? A. German common law, B. English common law, C. French common law, D. Italian common law. The answer is B. English common law. Habeas corpus, the right to challenge unlawful detention by the state, comes from English common law. Question 8. Under oath of citizenship in Canada, to which person do the Canadian citizens swear allegiance? A. Prime Minister, B. Governor General, C. Sovereign, D. Premier. The answer is C. Sovereign. In the Canadian Oath of Citizenship, we swear allegiance to the sovereign. Question 9. To become a part of Canada, what is the age limit for a person that must have adequate knowledge of French and English? A. 12 to 75, B. 14 to 85, C. 18 to 54, D. 16 to 62. The answer is C. 18 to 54. Those willing for Canadian citizenship between the ages of 18 and 54 must have adequate knowledge of French and English. Question 10. Who is Canada's representative? A. The people. B. The sovereign. C. The Governor-General. D. The Armed Forces. The answer is C. The Governor-General. Canada is personified by the sovereign. Question 11. The Constitution of Canada was amended to entrench which Canadian Charter in 1982? A. Canadian Charter of Right and Freedom. B. Canadian Charter of Crime and Punishment. C. Canadian Charter of Citizens' Responsibility. D. Canadian Charter of National Allegiance. The answer is A. Canadian Charter of Right and Freedom. The Constitution of Canada was amended in 1982 to entrench the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and legally protects the basic rights and freedoms of all Canadians. Question 12. What is the status given to multiculturalism by the Canadian Constitution? A. It shouldn't exist. B. It is prohibited to celebrate it. C. It should be celebrated. D. It should be ignored. The answer is C. It should be celebrated. Canadians celebrate the gift of one another's presence and work hard to respect pluralism and live in harmony. Question 13. What does the Constitution of Canada tell us about Aboriginal people? A. They cannot be overruled by it. B. They are subordinate to it. C. They are not mentioned at all. D. They don't have equal status according to the Constitution. The answer is A. They cannot be overruled by it. The rights guaranteed in the Charter will not adversely affect any treaty or other rights or freedoms of Aboriginal peoples. Question 14. From where did the rights and responsibilities of Canadian citizens come? A. Future. B. History. C. Recent wars and political dominance. D. Every government decides its own rights and responsibilities. The answer is B. History. Canadian citizens have rights and responsibilities. These come to us from our history, are secured by Canadian law, and reflect our shared traditions, identity, and values. Question 15. Which of these religions has greater rights in Canada? A. Islam. B. Christianity. C. Judaism. D. They all are equal. The answer is D. They all are equal. A fundamental characteristic of Canadian heritage and identity. The Canadians celebrate the gift of one another's presence and work hard to respect pluralism and live in harmony. Question 16. Mobility rights states A. That Canadians can live and work anywhere they want. B. That Canadians can enter and leave the country freely. C. That Canadians cannot live and work freely in the country. D. Both A and B. The answer is D. Both A and B. Canadians can live and work anywhere they choose in Canada, enter and leave the country freely, and apply for a passport. Question 17. The right to vote comes with a responsibility to vote, which means that every Canadian should vote in A. Federal elections. B. Provincial elections. C. Local elections. D. All of these. The answer is D. All of these. The right to vote comes with a responsibility to vote in federal, provincial, or territorial and local elections. Question 18. According to government, which of the following is above the law? A. Queen. B. Prime Minister. C. Nobody. D. Governor-General. The answer is C. Nobody. Nobody is above the law. Question 19. What are the 3 responsibilities of Canadian citizens? A. Recycling of plastic. serving in armed forces, being loyal to the British Empire. B. Must be fluent in English, voting in elections, part of any union. C. Buying Canadian products, minding your own business, using less electricity. D. Obeying the law, taking responsibility for oneself and one's family, serving in a jury. The answer is D. Obeying the law, taking responsibility for oneself and one's family, serving in a jury. Serving on a jury, taking responsibility for oneself and one's family, obeying the law, are the responsibilities of Canadian citizen. Question 20. Taking care of the environment is the responsibility of A. Government, B. Queen, C. Every citizen, D. None of the above. The answer is C. Every citizen. Every citizen has a role to play in avoiding waste and pollution while protecting Canada's natural, cultural, and architectural heritage for future generations. Question 21. In Canada, serving on a jury is A. Compulsory, B. Applauded, C. Not allowed, D. Dangerous. The answer is A. Compulsory. When called to do so, you are legally required to serve. Serving on a jury is a privilege that makes the justice system work as it depends on impartial juries made up of citizens. Question 22. Helping in the community and volunteering helps A. Get everybody involved, B. You make friends and contacts, C. Developing working and social environment, D. All of the above. The answer is D. All of the above. Millions of volunteers freely donate their time to help others without pay, helping people in need, assisting at your child's school, volunteering at a food bank or other charity, or encouraging newcomers to integrate. Volunteering is an excellent way to gain useful skills and develop friends and contacts. Question 23. Which of the following is prohibited in Canada? A. Making multiple properties, B. Having more than 2 children, C. Female genital mutilation, D. Service in armed forces. The answer is C. Female genital mutilation. Canada's openness and generosity do not extend to barbaric cultural practices that tolerate spousal abuse, honor killings, female genital mutilation, forced marriage, or other gender-based violence. Question 24. In Canada, when is forced marriage of women permitted? A. When she turns 18, B. When she becomes dependent, C. Under all circumstances, D. Under no circumstances. The answer is D. Under no circumstances. In Canada, forced marriage of women is permitted under no circumstances. Question 25. In Canadian courts, any statement against women due to cultural traditions will be A. Applauded, B. Applied, C. Disregarded, D. Agreed. The answer is C. Disregarded. Any statement against women due to cultural traditions will be disregarded. Question 26. In Canada, what is the status of men and women under the law? A. They are not equal, B. They are equal, C. They're equal under some conditions, D. They're not equal under some conditions. The answer is B. They are equal. In Canada, men and women are equal under the law. Question 27. Spousal abuse, forced marriage, honor killing, female genital mutilation are all counted as A. Person's personal problems, B. Crime in all circumstances, C. Crime under some circumstances, D. The court doesn't deal with these issues. The answer is B. Crime in all circumstances. Canada's openness and generosity do not extend to barbaric cultural practices that tolerate spousal abuse, honor killings, female genital mutilation, forced marriage, or other gender-based violence. Those guilty of these crimes are severely punished under Canada's criminal laws. Question 28. People who are unable to perform full military services in Canada, A. can perform part-time, B. can't apply, C. may be abandoned by the government, D. may lose their jobs. The answer is A. can perform part-time. You can serve in your local part-time Navy, militia, and air reserves and gain valuable experience, skills, and contacts. Question 29. The safety of Canada's North is ensured by A. RCMP, B. Navy, C. the Canadian Rangers, D. Police Department. The answer is C. the Canadian Rangers. Canadian Rangers help keep the north of Canada safe. Question 30. Serving in the military and other defending forces in Canada is A. compulsory, B. not existed, C. applauded, D. looked down upon. The answer is C. applauded. Serving in the regular Canadian forces, Navy, Army, and Air Force is a noble way to contribute to Canada and an excellent career choice. Question 31. Which of the following is the name of the military forces in Canada? A. Canadian Rangers, B. Canadian Forces, C. Canadian Army, D. none of these. The answer is B. Canadian Forces. There is no compulsory military service in Canada. However, serving in the regular Canadian Forces, Navy, Army, and Air Force is a noble way to contribute to Canada and an excellent career choice. Question 32. The teenagers who can't join the Canadian Army can become A. Cadet, B. Police officer, C. Nurse, D. Driver. The answer is A. A cadet. Young people can learn discipline, responsibility, and skills by getting involved in the cadets. Chapter 2. Who We Are. Question 33. The founding peoples of Canada are A. Aboriginal, B. French, C. British, D. all of these. The answer is D. all of these. 3 founding peoples: Aboriginal, French, and British. Question 34. Canada's institutions uphold a commitment in the British North America Act 1867 about peace, order, and A. good government, B. armed forces power, C. good agriculture, D. wide population. The answer is A. good government. Canada's institutions uphold a commitment to peace, order, and good government. A key phrase in Canada's original constitutional document in 1867, the British North America Act. Question 35. Which of the following is often referred to as the Great Dominion? A. Canada, B. Australia, C. South Korea, D. Germany. The answer is A. Canada. So much so that poets and songwriters have hailed Canada as the Great Dominion. Question 36. Canada is being regarded around the world as A. dependent, B. strong and free, C. aggressive, D. captive. The answer is B. strong and free. Canada is being regarded around the world as strong and free. Question 37. It is the only constitutional monarchy in the North America. A. Canada, B. USA, C. Germany, D. Russia. The answer is A. Canada. Canadians are proud of their unique identity. We have inherited the oldest continuous constitutional tradition in the world. We're the only constitutional monarchy in North America. Question 38. The Canadian system of government is based on A. Population rule, B. Constitutional monarchy, C. Benign dictatorship, D. Republican democracy. The answer is B. Constitutional monarchy. Canada is known around the world as a strong and free country. Canadians are proud of their unique identity. We have inherited the oldest continuous constitutional tradition in the world. We're the only constitutional monarchy in North America. Question 40. Territorial rights were first guaranteed through the Royal Proclamation of 1763 by A. King George II, B. St. Patrick, C. King George III, D. Acadians. The answer is C. King George III. Territorial rights were first guaranteed through the Royal Proclamation of 1763 by King George III. Question 41. Most of the Métis people live in A. Prairie Province, B. Northern Territories, C. Ontario, D. Quebec. The answer is A. Prairie Province. The Métis are a distinct people of mixed Aboriginal and European ancestry, the majority of whom live in the Prairie Provinces. Question 42. Canadian citizens who are neither Inuit nor Métis are known as A. First Nation, B. Second Nation, C. Quebecers, D. Ontarians. The answer is A. First Nation. Canadian citizens that are neither Inuit or Métis are known as First Nation. Question 43. What is the meaning of the word Inuit in the Inuktitut language? A. The people, B. The farmers, C. The conquerors, D. The invaders. The answer is A. The people. The Inuit, which means the people in the Inuktitut language. Question 44. Until which date did the federal government force Aboriginal students to assimilate them into mainstream Canadian culture? A. 1970, B. 1980, C. 1990, D. 2000. The answer is B. 1980. From the 1800s until the 1980s, the federal government placed many Aboriginal children in residential schools to educate and assimilate them into mainstream Canadian culture. Question 45. Thousands of years ago, where did the ancestors of Aboriginal peoples migrated from? A. Africa, B. Asia, C. Korea, D. India. The answer is B. Asia. The ancestors of Aboriginal peoples are believed to have migrated from Asia many thousands of years ago, which known as the first people to live in Canada. Question 46. Inuit people live across the A. Arctic, B. Prairie, C. North, D. South. The answer is A. Arctic. The Inuit, which means the people in the Inuktitut language, live in small, scattered communities across the Arctic. Question 47. Should retain their individuality and each make its contribution to the national character. This was said by A. John Buchan, B. St. Patrick, C. King George III, D. None of these. The answer is A. John Buchan. John Buchan, the first Baron Tweedsmuir, was a popular Governor-General of Canada, 1935 to 40. Immigrant groups, he said, should retain their individuality and each make its contribution to the national character. Question 48. In which year did Ottawa formally apologize for its treatment of Aboriginal students? A. 1978, B. 2008, C. 1988, D. 1958. The answer is B. 2008. In 2008, Ottawa formally apologized to the former Aboriginal students. Question 49. How many groups of people make up the Aboriginals? A. 2, B. 3, C. 4, D. 5. The answer is B. 3. Today, the term Aboriginal peoples refers to 3 distinct groups. 1. First Nations, 2. Inuit, 3. Métis. Question 50. The Métis are distinct people of mixed Aboriginal and European ancestry. They came from A. Both French and English-speaking background, B. East Asia, C. Greenland, D. Newfoundland. The answer is A. Both French and English-speaking background. The Métis are a distinct people of mixed Aboriginal and European ancestry, come from English and French backgrounds. Question 51. Which is considered as Canada's greatest strength? A. Freedom, B. English and French language, C. Diversity, D. Scientific inventions. The answer is C. Diversity. Canada's greatest strength is its diversity. Question 52. According to John Buchan, from where should we learn while cherishing our own special loyalties and traditions? A. From our own traditions, B. From others' traditions, C. Only from our parents, D. None of the above. The answer is B. From others' traditions. Each could learn from the other while cherishing their own special loyalties and traditions. Question 53. Today, how many Anglophones are present in Canada? A. 18 million, B. 20 million, C. 23 million, D. 24 million. The answer is A. 18 million. Today, there are 18 million Anglophones, people who speak English as a first language. Question 54. What percentage of Aboriginal peoples are Inuit? A. 4%, B. 8%, C. 45%, D. 50%. The answer is A. 4%. 4% of Aboriginal peoples are Inuit. Question 55. Today, Acadian culture is a lively part of A. English-speaking Canada, B. French-speaking Canada, C. German-speaking Canada, D. Inuktitut-speaking Canada. The answer is B. French-speaking Canada. Today, Acadian culture is flourishing and is a lively part of French-speaking Canada. Question 56. Majority of French-speaking Canadians belong to A. New Brunswick, B. Quebec, C. Yukon, D. Ontario. The answer is B. Quebec. The majority of Francophones live in the province of Quebec. Question 56. Who are the descendants of the French colonists who began settling in maritime provinces in 1604? A. Britons, B. Acadians, C. Germans, D. Vikings. The answer is B. Acadians. The Acadians are the descendants of French colonists who began settling in what are now the maritime provinces in 1604. Question 58. The only bilingual province present in Canada is A. Quebec, B. New Brunswick, C. Prairie Province, D. Montreal. The answer is B. New Brunswick. New Brunswick is the only officially bilingual province. Question 59. Anglophones are the people who speak A. French as their first language, B. English as their first language, C. Metis as their first language, D. Inuktitut as their first language. The answer is B. English as their first language. Anglophones are the people who speak English as a first language. Question 60. During the war between Britain and France in 1755 and 1763, more than two-thirds of the Acadians were deported from their homeland. This period is known as the A. Great Upheaval, B. Great Fallback, C. Great Deportation, D. Great Movement. The answer is A. Great Upheaval. Between 1755 and 1763, during the war between Britain and France, more than two-thirds of the Acadians were deported from their homeland, despite this ordeal known as the Great Upheaval. Question 61. In 1604, who began settling in the region which is now called the Maritime Provinces? A. Acadians, B. Vikings, C. Aboriginals, D. Inuit. The answer is A. Acadians. The Acadians are the descendants of French colonists who began settling in what are now the Maritime Provinces in 1604. Question 62. When did the House of Commons recognize that the Quebecois can form a nation within a united Canada? A. 2000, B. 2002, C. 2004, D. 2006. The answer is D. 2006. The House of Commons recognized in 2006 that the Quebecois form a nation within a united Canada. Question 63. Today, approximately how many people speak French as their first language? A. 5 million, B. 7 million, C. 8 million, D. 10 million. The answer is B. 7 million. There are 7 million francophones, people who speak French as their first language. Francophones are the people who speak A. French as their first language, B. English as their first language, C. Metis as their first language, D. Inuktitut as their first language. The answer is A. French as their first language. Francophones, people who speak French as their first language. Question 65. Canada is also known as the A. Land of Immigrants, B. House of Culture, C. Cloud of Diversity, D. None of these. The answer is A. Land of Immigrants. Canada is often referred to as a land of immigrants. Question 66. In becoming Canadian citizen, newcomers are expected to embrace A. Canadian law, B. International law, C. Their native land's law, D. No law. The answer is A. Canadian law. In becoming Canadian, newcomers are expected to embrace democratic principles such as the rule of law. Question 67. From non-official languages, which is the second most spoken language at home after English? A. Chinese, B. Japanese, C. Hindi, D. German. The answer is A. Chinese. Non-official languages are widely spoken in Canadian homes. Chinese languages are the second most spoken at home, after English, in two of Canada's biggest cities. Question 68. Does every person in Canada have the freedom to assimilate his life according to their religion? A. Yes, B. No, C. depends on religion? D. Depends on population? The answer is A. Yes. In Canada, the state has traditionally partnered with faith communities to promote social welfare, harmony and mutual respect, to provide schools and health care, to resettle refugees, and to uphold religious freedom, religious expression, and freedom of conscience. Question 69. Since 1970, immigrants are most likely to come from A. Africa, B. Asia, C. Korea, D. Antarctica. The answer is B. Asia. Since the 1970s, the most immigrants have come from Asian countries. Question 70. According to Canadian law, the marriage of gay and lesbian with each other is A. Not allowed, B. Allowed, C. Allowed in some conditions, D. None of the above. The answer is B. Allowed. Canada's diversity includes gay and lesbian Canadians who enjoy the full protection of and equal treatment under the law, including access to civil marriage. Question 71. The great majority of Canadians identify themselves as A. Atheist, B. Muslims, C. Hindus, D. Christians. The answer is D. Christians. The great majority of Canadians identify as Christians. Question 72. What right does Canada give to gay and lesbians as compared to heterosexual people in Canada? A. Not equal rights, B. Equal rights, C. Equal rights under some circumstances, D. None of the above. The answer is B. Equal rights. Canada's diversity includes gay and lesbian Canadians who enjoy the full protection of and equal treatment under the law, including access to civil marriage. Chapter 3. Canada's History. Question 73. In 1759, the British defeated the French in the Battle of the Plains of Abraham in Quebec City, marking the end of France's empire in America. Who was the commander of the British Army who died leading his troops in this battle? A. Brigadier James Wolfe, B. Marquis de Montcalm, C. King Charles II, D. Fort Garry. The answer is A. Brigadier James Wolfe. In 1759, the British defeated the French in the Battle of the Plains of Abraham in Quebec City, marking the end of France's empire in America. The commander of the British Army, Brigadier James Wolfe, died leading his troops in battle. Question 74. At the very beginning of Canadian history, a large number of Aboriginals died because of the A. European diseases towards which they lacked immunity, B. Harsh climate, C. War between the Vikings and French, D. None of these. The answer is A. European diseases towards which they lacked immunity. Large numbers of Aboriginals died because of European diseases to which they lacked immunity. Question 75. Which of the following were the nomadic peoples who moved from place to place following bison buffalo herds? A. Inuit, B. Cree and D, C. French, D. Sioux. The answer is D. Sioux. The Sioux were nomads following bison herds and moved from place to place. Question 76. When Europeans explored Canada, they found all regions occupied by native people they called as A. Chinese, B. Vikings, C. Indians, D. Greenlanders. The answer is C. Indians. When Europeans explored Canada, they found all regions occupied by native peoples they called Indians. The first European. Question 77. The map of Canada's east coast was first drawn by A. King Francis I of France, B. John Cabot, C. Count Frontenac, D. Sir Guy Carleton. The answer is B. John Cabot. European exploration began in earnest in 1497 with the expedition of John Cabot, who was the first to draw a map of Canada's east coast. Question 78. Who were the first Europeans ever to visit Canada? A. Vikings, B. Indians, C. French, D. German. The answer is A. Vikings. The Vikings from Iceland, who colonized Greenland 1,000 years ago, also reached Labrador and the island of Newfoundland. Question 79. When Europeans explored Canada, they found all regions occupied by native people they called Indians because the first explorers thought they had reached the A. West Indies, B. North Indies, C. East Indies, D. South Indies. The answer is C. East Indies. When Europeans explored Canada, they found all regions occupied by native people they called Indians because the first explorers thought they had reached the East Indies. Question 80. The remains of the settlement of the Vikings who colonized Newfoundland is A. Lanceau Meadows, B. Plains of Abraham, C. Winnipeg, D. None of these. The answer is A. Lanceau Meadows. The Vikings from Iceland who colonized Greenland 1,000 years ago also reached Labrador and the island of Newfoundland. The remains of their settlement, Lanceau Meadows, are a World Heritage Site. Question 81. Jacques Cartier heard two captured guides speak the Iroquoian word Kanata, which means A. Home, B. Land, C. Village, D. Canada. The answer is C. Village. Between 1534 and 1542, Jacques Cartier made 3 voyages across the Atlantic, claiming the land for King Francis I of France. Cartier heard 2 captured guides speak the Iroquoian word Kanata, meaning village. Question 82. Since when did the name Canada begin to appear on the map of the world? A. 1650, B. 1550, C. 1750, D. 1850. The answer is B. 1550. By the 1550s, the name of Canada began appearing on maps. Question 83. The French Empire in North America that was built by the French explorer reached from the Hudson's Bay south to the A. Gulf of Mexico, B. USA, C. Korea, D. Boston. The answer is A. Gulf of Mexico. Outstanding leaders like Jean Talon, Bishop Laval, and Count Frontenac built a French empire in North America that reached from Hudson Bay to the Gulf of Mexico. Question 84. In 1608, Champlain built a fortress at which city? A. Vancouver, B. Whitehorse, C. Quebec City, D. Montreal. The answer is C. Quebec City. In 1608, Champlain built a fortress at what is now Quebec City. Question 85. When did the Iroquois and French make peace? A. 1700, B. 1701, C. 1600, D. 1601. The answer is B. 1701. The French and the Iroquois made peace in 1701. Question 86. What was the major trade present between French and Aboriginals in the late 18th century? A. Oil, B. Fur, C. Wheat, D. Coal. The answer is B. Fur. The French and Aboriginal people collaborated in the vast fur trade economy. Question 87. When did the first European settlement in the north of Florida establish? A. 1607, B. 1604, C. 1650, D. 1670. The answer is B. 1604. In 1604, the first European settlement north of Florida was established by French explorers Pierre de Monts and Samuel de Champlain. Question 88. The first European settlement was established by which French explorers? A. Pierre de Monts. B. Jacques Cartier. C. Samuel de Champlain. D. Both A and C. The answer is D. Both A and C. In 1604, the first European settlement north of Florida was established by French explorers Pierre de Monts and Samuel de Champlain. Question 89. In 1670, King Charles II of England granted the Hudson's Bay Company exclusive trading rights over the watershed draining into Hudson Bay. Then, for the next 100 years, the company competed with which traders? A. Montreal-based. B. Vancouver-based. C. New Brunswick-based. D. Quebec-based. The answer is A. Montreal-based. In 1670, King Charles II of England granted the Hudson's Bay Company exclusive trading rights over the watershed draining into Hudson Bay. For the next 100 years, the company competed with Montreal-based traders. Question 90. In 1670, who granted the Hudson's Bay Company exclusive trading rights? A. King Charles I. B. King Charles II. C. Queen Elizabeth II. D. Queen Victoria. Correct answer B. King Charles II. In 1670, King Charles II of England granted the Hudson's Bay Company exclusive trading rights. Question 91. In which battle did the British defeat the French at Quebec City, ending the rule of the French Empire? A. Battle of Plains of Abraham. B. James Bay. C. Boer War. D. First World War. The answer is A. Battle of Plains of Abraham. In 1759, the British defeated the French in the Battle of the Plains of Abraham at Quebec City. Question 92. The French-speaking Catholic people who strove to preserve their way of life in the English-speaking Protestant-ruled British Empire are known as A. Canadians. B. Habitants. C. Both. D. None of the above. The answer is C. Both. The French-speaking Catholic people known as habitants or Canadians strove to preserve their way of life in the English-speaking Protestant-ruled British Empire. Question 93. Following the Battle of the Plains of Abraham at Quebec City, the British renamed the colony as A. Ontario. B. Prairie Province. C. Province of Quebec. D. New Brunswick. The answer is C. Province of Quebec. After the Battle of the Plains of Abraham at Quebec City, Great Britain renamed the colony the Province of Quebec. Question 94. The British Parliament passed the Quebec Act in 1774, which restored the system of law based on A. French civil law. B. British criminal law. C. Both A and B. D. Equality law. The answer is C. Both A and B. The Quebec Act restored French civil law while maintaining British criminal law. Question 95. What benefits did the Quebec Act 1774 give to the Catholic people? A. Religious freedom. B. They can rule the British Empire. C. They can hold the public offices. D. Both A and C. The answer is D. Both A and C. The Quebec Act accommodated the principles of British institutions to the reality of the province. It allowed religious freedom for Catholics and permitted them to hold public office, a practice not then allowed in Britain. Question 96. For which purpose did the British Parliament pass the Quebec Act of 1774? A. To better govern the English Catholic majority. B. To better govern the French Roman Catholic majority. C. To better govern the immigrants and armed forces. D. To better govern the non-official language speakers. The answer is B. To better govern the French Roman Catholic majority. To better govern the French Roman Catholic majority, the British Parliament passed the Quebec Act of 1774. Question 97. More than 40,000 people loyal to the Crown fled the oppression of the American Revolution to settle in Nova Scotia and Quebec and were declared as A. Traitors, B. Loyalist, C. Independent, D. Enemies. The answer is B. Loyalist. More than 40,000 people loyal to the Crown, called Loyalists, fled the oppression of the American Revolution to settle in Nova Scotia and Quebec. Question 98. In 1792, some Black Nova Scotians who were given poor land moved on to established free town called A. Sierra Leone, B. Montreal, C. Vancouver, D. Boston. The answer is A. Sierra Leone. In turn, in 1792, some Black Nova Scotians who were given poor land moved on to establish Freetown, Sierra Leone, West Africa. Question 99. In 1776, 13 British colonies in the south of Quebec declared independence and formed A. United States, B. South America, C. England, D. Independent Territory. The answer is A. United States. In 1776, the 13 British colonies to the south of Quebec declared independence and formed the United States. Question 100. Joseph Brant led thousands of which Loyalist Mohawks to Canada? A. German, B. Indian, C. Korean, D. Australian. The answer is B. Indian. Joseph Brant led thousands of Loyalist Mohawk Indians into Canada. Question 101. Which of the following constitutional act divided Quebec into Upper and Lower Canada? A. Constitutional Act of 1719, B. Constitutional Act of 1790, C. Constitutional Act of 1791, D. Constitutional Act of 1780. The answer is C. Constitutional Act of 1791. The Constitutional Act of 1791 divided the province of Quebec into Upper Canada, later Ontario, and Lower Canada, later Quebec. Question 102. In 1608, Champlain built a fortress at which city? A. Vancouver, B. Whitehorse, C. Quebec City, D. Montreal. The answer is C. Quebec City. In 1608, Champlain built a fortress at what is now Quebec City. Question 103. In which year did the Constitutional Act pass by the British Parliament? A. 1791, B. 1781, C. 1771, D. 1761. The answer is A. 1791. The Constitutional Act was passed by the British Parliament in 1791. Question 104. The Atlantic colonies in Upper and Lower Canada were collectively called A. British Canada, B. British North America, C. Greater Canada, D. Northern States. The answer is B. British North America. The Atlantic colonies and the Upper and Lower Canada were known collectively as British North America. Question 105. In which part of Canada was the first representative assembly elected in 1758? A. Prince Edward Island, B. New Brunswick, C. Nova Scotia, D. Newfoundland. The answer is C. Nova Scotia. The first representative assembly was elected in Halifax, Nova Scotia in 1758. Question 106. The name Canada became official in which year? A. 1791, B. 1781, C. 1771, D. 1761. The answer is A. 1791. The name Canada became official in 1791. Abolition of slavery. Question 107. Who was the founder of the city of York, now Toronto? A. Governor John Graves Simcoe, B. Mary Ann Shadd Cary, C. Laura Secord, D. HMS Shannon. The answer is A. Governor John Graves Simcoe. Lieutenant Colonel John Graves Simcoe was Upper Canada's first lieutenant governor and founder of the city of York, now Toronto. Question 107. Which of the following was the first ever province to move towards abolition of slavery in 1793? A. Lower Canada, current Quebec, B. Upper Canada, currently Ontario, C. Newfoundland, D. United States. The answer is B. Upper Canada, currently Ontario. In 1793, Upper Canada, led by Lieutenant Governor John Graves Simcoe, a Loyalist military officer, became the first province in the Empire to move toward abolition. Question 109. When did slavery become totally abolished throughout the British Empire? A. 1700, B. 1793, C. 1807, D. 1833. The answer is D. 1833. In 1807, the British Parliament prohibited the buying and selling of slaves, and in 1833 abolished slavery throughout the empire. Question 110. Via which underground pathway did thousands of slaves escape from the United States, follow the North Star, and settled in Canada? A. A pipeline, B. Railroad, C. Sewerage, D. Tunnels. The answer is B. Railroad. Thousands of slaves escaped from the United States, followed the North Star, and settled in Canada via the Underground Railroad, a Christian anti-slavery network. Question 111. When did the first financial institutions open in Canada? A. In late 17th and early 18th centuries, B. In late 16th and early 17th centuries, C. In late 18th and early 19th centuries, D. In late 19th and early 20th centuries. The answer is C. In late 18th and early 19th centuries. The first financial institutions opened in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Question 112. For centuries, Canada's economy was based on which trade? A. Oil, B. Weapons, C. Natural resources such as fur, timber, fish, etc., D. Slaves. The answer is C. Natural resources such as fur, timber, fish, etc. For centuries, Canada's economy was based mainly on farming and on exporting natural resources. Question 113. Who was the first member of the Canadian Corps born in Ukraine, not born in the British Empire, to be awarded the Victoria Cross? A. Able Seaman William Hall, B. Corporal Philip Conowall, C. Lieutenant Alexander Robert Dunn, D. Captain Paul Trickett of Cabano. The answer is B. Corporal Philip Conowall. Corporal Philip Conowall, born in Ukraine, showed exceptional courage in the Battle of Hill 70 in 1917 and became the first member of the Canadian Corps not born in the British Empire to be awarded the Victoria Cross. Question 114. Victoria Day is celebrated on the A. Wednesday preceding June 25th, B. Tuesday preceding May 25th, C. Monday preceding May 25th, D. Thursday preceding July 25th. The answer is C. Monday preceding May 25th. Victoria Day, Monday preceding May 25th. Sovereign's birthday. Question 115. When were the first companies in Canada formed? A. During French and German regimes. B. During French and British regimes. C. During German and British regimes. D. None of these. The answer is B. During French and British regimes. The first companies in Canada were formed during the French and British regimes and competed for the fur trade. Question 116. The cities of the Northwest, like Edmonton, Langley, and Victoria, these cities were all started as A. Landing stages. B. Army bases. C. Trading posts. D. Religious settlement. The answer is C. Trading posts. The Hudson's Bay Company, with French, British, and Aboriginal employees, came to dominate the trade in the Northwest from Fort Garry, Winnipeg, and Fort Edmonton to Fort Langley, near Vancouver, and Fort Victoria, trading posts that later became cities. Question 117. In which year did the Montreal Stock Exchange open? A. 1834. B. 1832. C. 1877. D. 1807. The answer is B. 1832. The Montreal Stock Exchange opened in 1832. Question 118. The first ever companies in Canada competed for which trade? A. Fur. B. Oil. C. Fish. D. Weapons. The answer is A. Fur. The first companies in Canada were formed during the French and British regimes and competed for the fur trade. Question 119. How many American invaders did Lieutenant Colonel Charles de Salaberry and 460 soldiers, mostly French Canadians, manage to turn back at Chateauguay, south of Montreal in 1813? A. 4,000. B. 5,000. C. 6,000. D. 7,000. The answer is A. 4,000. In 1813, Lieutenant Colonel Charles de Salaberry and 460 soldiers, mostly French Canadians, turned back 4,000 American invaders at Chateauguay, south of Montreal. Question 120. What was the purpose of the War of 1812? A. To conquer USA. B. For the Canada to remain independent of USA. C. Political issues. D. Natural resources. The answer is B. For the Canada to remain independent of USA. The present-day Canada-USA border is partly an outcome of the War of 1812, which ensured that Canada would remain independent of the United States. Question 121. Where did the Americans burn the Government House and the Parliament buildings in 1813? A. New Brunswick. B. Ontario. C. Quebec. D. York. The answer is D. York. In 1813, the Americans burnt the Government House and the Parliament buildings in York, now Toronto. Question 112. When did the United States launch an invasion in revenge for the British interference with their shipping? A. 1832. B. 1812. C. 1870. D. 1807. The answer is B. 1812. After the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte's fleet in the Battle of Trafalgar, 1805, the Royal Navy ruled the waves. The British Empire, which included Canada, fought to resist Bonaparte's bid to dominate Europe. This led to American resentment at British interference with their shipping. Believing it would be easy to conquer Canada, the United States launched an invasion in June 1812. Question 123. Which nation helped Canada in the war against America in 1812? A. British. B. German. C. Japan. D. India. The answer is A. British. By 1814, the American attempt to conquer Canada had failed. The British paid for a costly Canadian defense system. Question 124. According to Lord Durham, in which culture did Canadians have to assimilate in order to achieve the quickest way to progress? A. English-speaking. B. French-speaking. C. German-speaking. D. British. The answer is A. English-speaking. Lord Durham said that the quickest way for the Canadians to achieve progress was to assimilate into English-speaking Protestant culture. Question 125. Lord Durham, an English reformer sent to report on the rebellions, recommended that Upper and Lower Canada be merged and given A. Responsible government. B. Separate government. C. Natural resources. D. Rebellion force. The answer is A. Responsible government. Lord Durham, an English reformer sent to report on the rebellions, recommended that Upper and Lower Canada be merged and given responsible government powers. This meant that the ministers of the Crown must have the support of a majority of the elected representatives in order to govern. Question 126. When did the armed rebellion occur in the area outside Montreal and in Toronto? A. 1807 to 1808. B. 1817 to 1818. C. 1837 to 1838. D. 1877 to 1878. The answer is C. 1837 to 1838. Armed rebellions occurred in 1837 to 38 in the area outside Montreal and in Toronto. Question 127. Out of the following people, who became the first head of a responsible government in Canada? A. Sir Louis-Hippolyte Lafontaine. B. Sir Georges-Étienne Cartier. C. Sir Étienne Pascal Taché. D. Lieutenant James Fitzgibbon. The answer is A. Sir Louis-Hippolyte Lafontaine. Lafontaine, a champion of democracy and French language rights, became the first leader of a responsible government in the Canada in 1849. Question 128. In 1840, Upper and Lower Canada were united as the A. Province of Canada. B. Province of Germany. C. Province of United States. D. Province of Korea. The answer is A. Province of Canada. In 1840, Upper and Lower Canada were united as the Province of Canada. Question 129. Which was the first British North American colony to attain full responsible government in 1847 to 1848? A. Newfoundland. B. Nova Scotia. C. Greenland. D. Vancouver. The answer is B. Nova Scotia. The first British North American colony to attain full responsible government was Nova Scotia in 1847 to 48. Confederation. Question 131. Ontario, Quebec, together with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, formed a new country called A. Dominion of Canada. B. Florida. C. Germany. D. None of these. The answer is A. Dominion of Canada. The old province of Canada was split into two new provinces, Ontario and Quebec, which together with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia formed the new country called the Dominion of Canada. Question 132. Every year, 1st of July is officially celebrated as A. Canada Day. B. Freedom Day. C. Independence Day. D. Constitutional Day. The answer is A. Canada Day. Until 1982, July 1st was celebrated as Dominion Day to commemorate the day that Canada became a self-governing dominion. Today, it is officially known as Canada Day. Question 133. When did Nunavut become part of the Dominion of Canada? A. 1995, B. 1996, C. 1998, D. 1999. The answer is D. Nunavut, in April 1st, 1999, became part of Dominion of Canada. Question 134. From 1864 to 1867, representatives of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the province of Canada, with British support, worked together to establish a new country. What do we call these men? A. Fathers of Canada. B. Fathers of Confederation. C. Fathers of Dominion. D. None of these. The answer is B. Fathers of Confederation. From 1864 to 1867, representatives of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the province of Canada, with British support, worked together to establish a new country. These men are known as the Fathers of Confederation. Question 135. Which act did the British Parliament pass in 1867? A. Constitutional Act. B. British North America Act. C. Both. D. None of these. The answer is B. British North America Act. The British Parliament passed the British North America Act in 1867. Question 136. What system of government was created by the Fathers of Confederation? A. Federal. B. Provincial. C. Both. D. None. The answer is C. Both. Fathers of Confederation created two levels of government, federal and provincial. Dominion from sea to sea. Question 137. When did Sir Leonard Tilley, an elected official and father of the Confederation from New Brunswick, suggested the term Dominion of Canada? A. 1864. B. 1791. C. 1867. D. 1862. The answer is A. 1864. Sir Leonard Tilley, an elected official and father of Confederation from New Brunswick, suggested the term Dominion of Canada in 1864. Question 138. Sir Leonard Tilley was inspired by which psalm in the Bible, which refers to dominion from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth? A. 84. B. 96. C. 72. D. 60. The answer is C. 72. Sir Leonard Tilley was inspired by Psalm 72 in the Bible, which refers to dominion from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth. Question 139. Which of the following is the first Prime Minister of Canada? A. Sir Georges-Étienne Cartier. B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. C. Sir Sam Steele. D. Fort Garry. The answer is B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. In 1867, Sir John Alexander Macdonald, a father of Confederation, became Canada's first Prime Minister. Question 140. The Parliament has recognized January 11th as A. Dominion Day. B. Independence Day. C. Sir John Alexander Macdonald Day. D. Canada Day. The answer is C. Sir John Alexander Macdonald Day. Parliament has recognized January 11th as Sir John Alexander Macdonald Day. Question 141. When was Sir John Alexander Macdonald born in Scotland? A. February 11th, 1850. B. January 21st, 1815. C. January 11th, 1815. D. December 21st, 1850. The answer is C. January 11th, 1815. In 1867, Sir John Alexander Macdonald, a father of Confederation, became Canada's first Prime Minister. Question 142. Whose portrait is present on the $10 bill? A. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. B. Sir Georges-Étienne Cartier. C. Sir Sam Steele. D. The beaver? The answer is A. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. Sir John Alexander Macdonald's portrait is present on $10 bill. Question 143. Who led Quebec into Confederation and helped negotiate the entry of the Northwest Territories, Manitoba, and British Columbia into Canada? A. Sir Georges-Étienne Cartier. B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. C. Sir Sam Steele. D. Fort Garry? The answer is A. Sir Georges-Étienne Cartier. Cartier led Quebec into Confederation and helped negotiate the entry of the Northwest Territories, Manitoba, and British Columbia into Canada. Challenge in the West. Question 144. When did Canada take over the vast Northwest region from the Hudson's Bay Company? A. 1879. B. 1869. C. 1859. D. 1849. The answer is B. 1869. Canada took over the vast Northwest region from the Hudson's Bay Company in 1869. Question 145. When did Prime Minister Macdonald establish the Northwest Mounted Police, NWMP, to help pacify the Northwest? A. 1873. B. 1893. C. 1883. D. 1882. The answer is A. 1873. After the first Metis uprising, Prime Minister Macdonald established the Northwest Mounted Police, NWMP, in 1873. Question 146. Riel is seen by many as a hero and is known as A. Defender of Metis rights. B. Father of Manitoba. C. Father of Confederation. D. Both A and B. The answer is D. Both A and B. Louis Riel is seen by many as a hero, a defender of Metis rights, and the father of Manitoba. Question 147. Today, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, is considered as which force of Canada? A. Municipal force. B. National Police Force. C. International Police Force. D. Armed Force. The answer is B. National Police Force. Today, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, or the Mounties, are the National Police Force and one of Canada's best-known symbols. Question 148. When Canada took over the vast Northwest region from the Hudson's Bay Company in 1869, which group of peoples of the Red River were not consulted? A. Sioux. B. Iroquois. C. Metis. D. Indians. The answer is C. Metis. Canada took over the vast Northwest region from the Hudson's Bay Company in 1869. The 12,000 Metis of the Red River were not consulted. Question 149. In 1871, who decided to join Canada after Ottawa promised to build a railway to the West Coast? A. Germany. B. British Columbia. C. Greenland. D. None of these. The answer is B. British Columbia. British Columbia joined Canada in 1871 after Ottawa promised to build a railway to the West Coast. Question 150. Who financed the project of railway to the West Coast, which was built by the European and Chinese laborers? A. British. B. German. C. American. D. Both A and C. The answer is D. Both A and C. The railway project was financed by British and American investors and built by both European and Chinese labor. Question 151. When did the Government of Canada apologize for the discriminatory policy against the Chinese, including head tax to block the immigration of Chinese? A. 2008. B. 2006. C. 2004. D. 2002. The answer is B, 2006. The Government of Canada apologized in 2006 for this discriminatory policy. Question 152. How many American and British immigrants were welcomed by Canada during the economic boom? A. 1 million. B. 2 million. C. 3 million. D. 4 million. The answer is B. 2 million. Canada's economy grew and became more industrialized during the economic boom of the 1890s and early 1900s. 1 million British and 1 million Americans, total 2 million, immigrated to Canada at this time. Question 153. Who was the first French-Canadian Prime Minister since the Confederation? A. Sir John Alexander Macdonald. B. Sergeant Fort Garry Horse. C. Sir Wilfrid Laurier. D. Agnes MacPhail. The answer is C. Sir Wilfrid Laurier. Sir Wilfrid Laurier became the first French-Canadian Prime Minister since Confederation and encouraged immigration to the West. His portrait is on the $5 bill. Question 154. From which place did most of the immigrants come to Canada before the First World War? A. Ukraine. B. India. C. Antarctica. D. France. The answer is A. Ukraine. The railway made it possible for immigrants, including 170,000 Ukrainians, 115 Poles, and tens of thousands from Germany, France, Norway, and Sweden, to settle in the West before 1914 and develop a thriving agricultural sector. Question 155. When did the Canadian Corps capture Vimy Ridge with 10,000 killed or wounded, securing the Canadians' reputation? A. December 1917. B. April 1917. C. January 1920. D. April 1920. The answer is B. April 1917. The Canadian Corps captured Vimy Ridge in April 1917 with 10,000 killed or wounded, securing the Canadians' reputation for valor as the shock troops of the British Empire. Question 156. Over 7,000 Canadians volunteered to fight in the South African War, 1899 to 1902, which is also known as A. First World War. B. Vimy War. C. Boer War. D. Battle of Plains of Abraham. The answer is C. Boer War. Over 7,000 volunteered to fight in the South African War, 1899 to 1902, popularly known as the Boer War. Question 157. How many soldiers sacrificed their lives during the First World War? A. 30,000. B. 40,000. C. 50,000. D. 60,000. The answer is D. 60,000. 60,000 soldiers lost their lives in the First World War. Question 158. From 1914 to 1920, Ottawa interned over 8,000 former Austro-Hungarian subjects as enemy aliens in 24 labor camps across Canada, which mainly contained A. Ukrainian men. B. German men. C. American men. D. French men. The answer is A. Ukrainian men. From 1914 to 1920, Ottawa interned over 8,000 former Austro-Hungarian subjects, mainly Ukrainian men, as enemy aliens in 24 labor camps across Canada. Question 159. How many Canadian people served in the First World War out of the 8 million population? A. 400,000. B. 500,000. C. 600,000. D. 700,000. The answer is C. 600,000. More than 600,000 people served in the First World War out of 8 million. Question 160. Who was the first woman to practice medicine in Canada? A. Sir Robert Borden. B. Agnes MacPhail, C. Dr. Emily Stowe, D. Therese Casgrain? The answer is C. Dr. Emily Stowe. The effort by women to achieve the right to vote is known as the women's suffrage movement. The founder of the women's suffrage movement was Dr. Emily Stowe, the first Canadian woman to practice medicine in Canada. Question 161. In which year were most of the female citizens aged 21 and over granted the right to vote in federal elections? A. 1971, B. 1918, C. 1920, D. 1947. The answer is B. 1918. In 1918, most Canadian female citizens aged 21 and over were granted the right to vote in federal elections. Question 162. In 1921, a woman who was a farmer and teacher became the first woman MP. Her name was A. Agnes MacPhail, B. Dr. Emily Stowe, C. Queen Elizabeth II, D. None of these. The answer is A. Agnes MacPhail. In 1921, Agnes MacPhail, a farmer and teacher, became the first woman MP. Question 163. The group of nurses who served in the Royal Canadian Army Medical Corps were called A. Redbirds, B. Bluebirds, C. Purple birds, D. Whitebirds. The answer is B. Bluebirds. More than 3,000 nurses, nicknamed Bluebirds, served in the Royal Canadian Army Medical Corps, 2,500 of them overseas. Question 164. The effort done by women to achieve the right to vote is known as the A. Women's suffrage movement, B. Women voting action, C. Women right to vote, D. Women power. The answer is A. Women's suffrage movement. The effort by women to achieve the right to vote is known as the women's suffrage movement. Question 165. When were women finally granted the right to vote in the provincial elections in Quebec? A. 1950, B. 1940, C. 1840, D. 1850. The answer is B. 1940. Due to the work of Therese Casgrain and others, Quebec granted women the right to vote in 1940. Question 166. Which Canadian province was the first to give women the right to vote in elections? A. Manitoba, B. New Brunswick, C. British Columbia, D. Quebec. The answer is A. Manitoba. In 1916, Manitoba became the first province to grant voting rights to women. Question 167. In which year were the farmers in Western Canada hit hardest by low grain prices and a terrible drought? A. 1940, B. 1930, C. 1920, D. 1910. The answer is B. 1930. The stock market crash of 1929, however, led to the Great Depression of the Dirty Thirties. Unemployment reached 27% in 1933, and many businesses were wiped out. Farmers in Western Canada were hit hardest by low grain prices and a terrible drought. Question 168. Canada, along with the other former countries of the British Empire, is a part of which organization? A. The Commonwealth of Nations, B. The Colonial Society, C. The British Protectorate, D. The UN. The answer is A. The Commonwealth of Nations. The British Empire evolved into a free association of states known as the British Commonwealth of Nations. Canada remains a leading member of the Commonwealth to this day, together with other successor states of the Empire, such as India, Australia, New Zealand, and several African and Caribbean countries. Question 169. The poem In Flanders Field often recited on Remembrance Day, was composed by A. Fort Garry, B. Sir John Alexander Macdonald, C. Colonel John McCrae, D. Phil Edward. The answer is C. Colonel John McCrae. Colonel John McCrae composed the poem In Flanders Fields in 1915. It is often recited on Remembrance Day. Question 170. What were the outcomes of the Dirty Thirties? A. Unemployment. B. Bad crops. C. Businesses wiped out. D. All of the above. The answer is D. All of the above. The stock market crash of 1929, however, led to the Great Depression of the Dirty Thirties. Unemployment reached 27% in 1933, and many businesses were wiped out. Farmers in Western Canada were hit hardest by low grain prices and a terrible drought. Question 171. What is the meaning of the Remembrance Day poppy? A. To remember our Queen. B. To celebrate Confederation. C. To remember political leaders who have died. D. To remember the sacrifices of Canadians who have served or died in wars till date. The answer is D. To remember the sacrifices of Canadians who have served or died in wars till date. Canadians remember the sacrifices of our veterans and brave fallen in all wars up to the present day in which Canadians took part, each year on November 11th, Remembrance Day. Question 172. On which date do Canadians remember the sacrifices of our veterans and brave fallen in wars in which the Canadians took part? A. October 12th. B. December 13. C. November 11. D. August 14. The answer is C. November 11. Canadians remember the sacrifices of our veterans and brave fallen in all wars up to the present day in which Canadians took part each year on November 11th, Remembrance Day. Question 173. When was the Bank of Canada established? A. 1935. B. 1936. C. 1933. D. 1934. The answer is D. 1934. The Bank of Canada, a central bank to manage the money supply and bring stability to the financial system, was created in 1934. Question 174. In year 1943 to 44, Canadians took part in the liberation of which nation? A. Germany. B. India. C. Italy. D. South Korea. The answer is C. Italy. Canadians took part in the liberation of Italy in 1943 to 44. Question 175. What is the D-Day invasion? A. Epic invasion of Normandy in northern France on June 6, 1944. B. The end of Second World War. C. Epic invasion of Normandy in northern France in July 1955. D. Birth of Sir John Alexander Macdonald. The answer is A. Epic invasion of Normandy in northern France on June 6, 1944. The epic invasion of Normandy in northern France on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, 15,000 Canadian troops stormed and captured Juno Beach from the German army, a great national achievement shown in this painting by Orville Fisher. Question 176. Approximately how many of the Allied troops were Canadian in the D-Day invasion? A. 10%. B. 20%. C. 30%. D. 40%. The answer is A. 10%. Approximately 1 in 10 Allied soldiers on D-Day was Canadian. Question 177. Which place did Canadian troops capture during the epic invasion of Normandy in northern France on June 6, 1944? A. Boston. B. Juno Beach. C. Newfoundland. D. Hudson's Bay. The answer is B, Juno Beach. In the epic invasion of Normandy in northern France on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, 15,000 Canadian troops stormed and captured Juno Beach from the Germans. Question 178. How many Newfoundlanders served in the Second World War? A. 1 million, B. 2 million, C. 3 million, D. 4 million. The answer is A. 1 million. More than 1 million Canadians and Newfoundlanders, Newfoundland was a separate British entity, served in the Second World War. Question 179. In 1941, Canada suffered from the unsuccessful defense of which nation from the Japanese? A. Moscow, B. Boston, C. Hong Kong, D. Vancouver. The answer is C. Hong Kong. The Canadians fought bravely and suffered losses in the unsuccessful defense of Hong Kong, 1941, from attack by Imperial Japan. Question 180. How many Canadian soldiers lost their lives serving for Canada in the Second World War? A. 54,000, B. 34,000, C. 44,000, D. 64,000. The answer is C. 44,000. More than 1 million Canadians and Newfoundlanders, Newfoundland was a separate British entity, served in the Second World War, out of a population of 11.5 million. This was a high proportion, and of these, 44,000 were killed. Question 181. What about the Navy of Canada at the end of the Second World War? A. Completely wiped out. B. Third largest navy in the world. C. No ships left in the Navy fleet. D. None of the above. The answer is B. Third largest navy in the world. At the end of World War II, Canada had the third largest navy and the fourth largest air force. Question 182. In which battle did the Royal Canadian Navy contribute in the Second World War against the German ships? A. Battle of Pacific, B. Battle of Atlantic, C. Battle of South, D. Battle of North. The answer is B. Battle of Atlantic. The Royal Canadian Navy, RCN, saw its finest hour in the Battle of the Atlantic, protecting convoys of merchant ships against German submarines. Question 183. When did the Second World War begin? A. 1940, B. 1941, C. 1939, D. 1938. The answer is C. 1939. The Second World War began in 1939 when Adolf Hitler, the National Socialist, Nazi dictator of Germany, invaded Poland and conquered much of Europe. Chapter 4. Modern Canada. Trade and economic growth. Question 184. The Canada and Quebec Pension Plan was introduced in which year? A. 1915, B. 1935, C. 1965, D. 1995. The answer is C. 1965. The Canada and Quebec Pension Plan was introduced in the year 1965. Question 185. In which year did Canada achieve the milestone that more than 50% of its people had food, shelter, and clothes? A. 1931, B. 1941, C. 1951, D. 1961. The answer is C. 1951. In 1951, for the first time, a majority of Canadians were able to afford adequate food, shelter, and clothing. Question 186. Who ensures common elements and a basic standard of health? A. Canada Health Act, B. Constitutional Act 1970, C. Canada Medicine Act, D. Canada Patent Act. The answer is A. Canada Health Act. The Canada Health Act ensures common elements and a basic standard of health. Question 187. What began Canada's modern energy industry? A. Discovery of oil in Alberta in 1947. B. End of the Second World War. C. Freedom of Canada. D. United States aid. The answer is A. Discovery of oil in Alberta in 1947. The discovery of oil in Alberta in 1947 began Canada's modern energy industry. Question 188. Provincial and territorial governments provide funds for A. Public education. B. Weapons. C. Armed forces. D. Trading. The answer is A. Public education. Publicly funded education is provided by the provinces and territories. Question 189. In which year was the federal government unemployment insurance introduced in Canada? A. 1940. B. 1960. C. 1980. D. 1990. The answer is A. 1940. Unemployment insurance, now called employment insurance, was introduced by the federal government in 1940. Question 190. How many soldiers died in the Korean War? A. 300. B. 400. C. 500. D. 600. The answer is C. 500 soldiers lost their lives in the Korean War. Question 191. In which UN mission did Canada take part after World War II? A. Peacekeeping mission. B. Violence mission. C. Trading Growth mission. D. Invasion plan. The answer is A. Peacekeeping mission. Canada has taken part in numerous UN peacekeeping missions in places as varied as Egypt, Cyprus, Haiti, as well as in other international security operations, such as those in the former Yugoslavia and Afghanistan. Question 192. Canada, along with other democratic countries of the West, joined together to form A. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. B. North Pacific Treaty Organization. C. South Atlantic Treaty Organization. D. South Pacific Treaty Organization. The answer is A. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Canada joined with other democratic countries of the West to form the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. Question 193. In which year did the Canadian troops fight as part of the United Nations forces defending South Korea in the Korean War? A. 1950 to 1953. B. 1940 to 1943. C. 1960 to 1963. D. 1930 to 1933. The answer is A. 1950 to 1953. Canada joined international organizations such as the United States, UN. It participated in the UN operation defending South Korea in the Korean War, 1950 to 53. Canada and Quebec. Question 194. When was the last rejection for Quebec on a referendum stated? A. 1980. B. 1985. C. 1990. D. 1995. The answer is D. 1995. After much negotiation, in 1982, the Constitution was amended without the agreement of Quebec. Though sovereignty was again defeated in a second referendum in 1995, the autonomy of Quebec within Canada remains a lively topic. Question 195. What is the outcome of Official Languages Act 1969? A. The non-official languages like Hindi, Japanese, etc. get their rights. B. Guaranteed French and English services in federal government. C. Total ban on non-official languages. D. Japanese and Hindi get the value same as French and English. The answer is B. Guaranteed French and English services in federal government. Official Languages Act 1969, which guarantees French and English services in the federal government across Canada. Question 196. Quebec experienced an era of rapid change in the 1960s, which is termed as A. Slow Revolution, B. Quiet Revolution, C. Tremendous Revolution, D. Rapid Revolution. The answer is B. Quiet Revolution. Quebec experienced an era of rapid change in the 1960s, known as the Quiet Revolution. Question 197. When was La Francophonie founded? A. 1920, B. 1940, C. 1970, D. 1990. The answer is C. 1970. In 1970, Canada helped found La Francophonie, an international association of French-speaking countries. Question 198. In which year did the Japanese Canadians get the right to vote? A. 1950, B. 1945, C. 1948, D. 1940. The answer is C. 1948. In 1948, the last of these, the Japanese Canadians, gained the right to vote. Question 199. Who were the 37,000 people who escaped from Soviet tyranny in 1956 and were welcomed by Canada? A. Hungarians, B. Ukrainians, C. Germans, D. Greenlanders. The answer is A. Hungarians. Canada welcomed thousands of refugees from communist oppression, including about 37,000 who escaped Soviet tyranny in Hungary in 1956. Question 200. In which year were the Aboriginals granted the right to vote? A. 1970, B. 1960, C. 1950, D. 1940. The answer is B. 1960. Aboriginal people were granted the vote in 1960. Question 201. By the 1960s, how many Canadians had origins that were neither British nor French and took pride in preserving their distinct culture in the Canadian fabric? A. 1/4, B. 1/3, C. 1/2, D. Quarter. The answer is B. 1/3. By the 1960s, 1/3 of Canadians had origins that were neither British nor French and took pride in preserving their distinct culture in the Canadian fabric. Question 202. From where did Canada welcome 50,000 refugees in 1976? A. Ethiopia, B. Greenland, C. Africa, D. Vietnam. The answer is D. Vietnam. In 1976, many Vietnamese fled, including over 50,000 who sought refuge in Canada. Question 203. What were the outcomes of better educational opportunities? A. Women entered professional workforces. B. Women get the right to vote. C. Women get proper education. D. Women can take part in armed forces. The answer is A. Women entered professional workforces. Many women took advantage of expanding secondary and post-secondary educational opportunities, and a growing number of women entered the professional workforce. Question 204. Which of the following are Canadian musicians? A. Sir Ernest Macmillan, B. Healy Willan, C. Both A and B, D. Michael Ondaatje. The answer is C. Both A and B. Musicians such as Sir Ernest Macmillan and Healy Willan won renown in Canada and abroad. Question 205. Which of the following is a famous Canadian writer? A. Pauline Johnson, B. Terry Fox, C. Wayne Gretzky, D. None. The answer is A. Pauline Johnson. Michael Ondaatje and Pauline Johnson are the famous Canadian riders. Question 206. From which team did the great hockey player Wayne Gretzky play between 1972 to 1988? A. Montreal Canadiens, B. Edmonton Oilers, C. Ottawa Senators, D. Toronto Maple Leaf. The answer is B. Edmonton Oilers. One of the greatest hockey players of all time, Wayne Gretzky, played for the Edmonton Oilers from 1979 to 1988. Question 207. Canadian football is a popular game that differs in a number of ways from American football. Professional teams in the Canadian Football League, CFL, compete for which championship cup? A. Grey, B. White, C. Black, D. Red. The answer is A. Grey. Canadian football is a popular game that differs in a number of ways from American football. Professional teams in the Canadian Football League, CFL, compete for the championship Grey Cup, donated by Lord Grey. Question 208. Who were the pioneers of modern abstract art in the 1950s? A. Les automatistes, B. Les réalistiques, C. Les abstractions, D. Les cubistes. The answer is A. Les automatistes. Les automatistes of Quebec were pioneers of modern abstract art in the 1950s. Question 209. In 1996, at the Olympic Summer Games, who became a world record sprinter and double Olympic gold medalist? A. Chantal Petitclerc, B. Donovan Bailey, C. Mark Tewksbury, D. Paul Henderson. The answer is B. Donovan Bailey. Donovan Bailey became a world record sprinter and double Olympic gold medalist. Question 210. Question 210. Who is the world champion wheelchair racer and Paralympic gold medalist? A. Donovan Bailey, B. Terry Fox, C. Wayne Gretzky, D. Chantal Petitclerc. The answer is D. Chantal Petitclerc. Chantal Petitclerc became a world champion wheelchair racer and Paralympic gold medalist. Question 211. Who began the cross-country run The Marathon of Hope to raise money for cancer research? A. Donovan Bailey, B. Terry Fox, C. Wayne Gretzky, D. Chantal Petitclerc. The answer is B. Terry Fox. In 1980, Terry Fox, a British Columbian who lost his right leg to cancer at the age of 18, began a cross-country run, The Marathon of Hope, to raise money for cancer research. Question 212. Who invented basketball? A. James Naismith, B. Mark Tewksbury, C. Paul Henderson, D. Donovan Bailey. The answer is A. James Naismith. Basketball was invented by Canadian James Naismith in 1891. Question 213. Gerard Herzberg, a refugee from Nazi Germany, John Polanyi, Sidney Altman, Richard E. Taylor, Michael Smith, and Bertram Brockhouse were A. Musicians, B. Writers, C. Scientists, D. Politicians. The answer is C. Scientist. Gerard Herzberg, a refugee from Nazi Germany, John Polanyi, Sidney Altman, Richard E. Taylor, Michael Smith, and Bertram Brockhouse were Nobel Prize-winning scientists. Question 214. Which of the following is Canada's best-known contribution to visual arts? A. The Group of 11, B. The Group of 7, C. The Group of 8, D. The Group of 9. The answer is B. The Group of 7. In the visual arts, Canada is historically perhaps best known for the Group of Seven, founded in 1920, who developed a style of painting to capture the rugged wilderness landscapes. Question 215. Who invented the Canadarm, a robotic arm used in outer space? A. Alexander Graham Bell. B. Matthew Evans. C. Mike Lazaridis. D. SPAR Aerospace. The answer is D. SPAR Aerospace. SPAR Aerospace National Research Council invented the Canadarm, a robotic arm used in outer space. Question 216. Who is famous for inventing the worldwide system of standard time zone? A. Alexander Graham Bell. B. Matthew Evans. C. Mike Lazaridis. D. Sir Sandford Fleming. The answer is D. Sir Sandford Fleming. Sir Sandford Fleming invented the worldwide system of standard time zones. Question 217. Who discovered the insulin hormone to treat diabetes that has saved 16 million lives worldwide? A. Sir Frederick Banting. B. Dr. John A. Hopps. C. Alexander Graham Bell. D. Sir Sandford Fleming. The answer is A. Sir Frederick Banting. Sir Frederick Banting of Toronto and Charles Best discovered insulin, a hormone to treat diabetes that has saved 16 million lives worldwide. Question 218. A wireless communication company in Canada known for its most famous invention called A. Smartphones. B. Huawei phones. C. The iPhone. D. BlackBerry. The answer is D. BlackBerry. Mike Lazaridis and Jim Balsillie of Research in Motion, RIM, a wireless communications company known for its famous invention, the BlackBerry. Question 219. Who invented the first cardiac pacemaker? A. Dr. Wilfred Penfield. B. Dr. John A. Hopps. C. Alexander Graham Bell. D. Sir Sandford Fleming. The answer is B. Dr. John A. Hopps. Dr. John A. Hopps invented the first cardiac pacemaker used today to save the lives of people with heart disorders. Question 220. Which of the following is not a Canadian invention? A. Insulin. B. Canadarm. C. Electric light bulb. D. BlackBerry. The answer is C. Electric light bulb. Insulin, Canadarm, pacemaker, television, and BlackBerry are part of Canadian inventions. Chapter 5. How Canadians govern themselves. Federal states. Question 221. Federal government takes responsibility for A. Agriculture. B. National and international concerns. C. Civil rights. D. Immigrations. The answer is B. National and international concerns. In our federal state, the federal government takes responsibility for matters of national and international concern. Question 222. The responsibility of health care comes under A. Provincial government. B. Federal government. C. Legislative assemblies. D. Sovereign. The answer is A. Provincial government. The provinces are responsible for municipal government, education, health, natural resources, property and civil rights, and highways. Question 223. To grant the right to vote, a person must be A. 16 years old. B. 17 years old. C. 18 years old. D. 19 years old. The answer is C. 18 years old. A person must be 18 years old to be granted the right to vote. Question 224. The provinces in Canada are governed by the A. Arbitrary law. B. Federal government. C. Legislative assemblies. D. Sovereign. The answer is C. Legislative assemblies. Every province has its own elected legislative assembly which governs them. Question 225. Which act defines the responsibilities of the federal and provincial government? A. British North America Act. B. Constitutional Act 1867. C. Both A and B. D. Constitutional Act 1997. The answer is C. Both A and B. The responsibilities of the federal and provincial governments were defined in 1867 in the British North America Act, now known as the Constitution Act 1867. Question 226. Federal government sits in A. Montreal, B. Quebec City, C. Toronto, D. Ottawa. The answer is D. Ottawa. Federal government sits in Ottawa. Question 227. Which of the following is the key fact of Canada's system of government? A. Canada is a federal state. B. It has a parliamentary democracy. C. Constitutional monarchy. D. All of the above. The answer is D. All of the above. There are three key facts about Canada's system of government. Our country is a federal state, a parliamentary democracy, and a constitutional monarchy. Question 228. Who grants royal assent to the bill on the behalf of the sovereign? A. Governor-General. B. Prime Minister. C. Parliament members. D. Senator. The answer is A. Governor-General. Royal assent granted by the Governor-General on behalf of the sovereign. Question 229. Which part of the Parliament has members appointed by the Governor-General and serves until the age of 75? A. The House of Commons. B. The House of Lords. C. The Governor's House. D. The Senate. The answer is D. The Senate. Senators are appointed by the Governor-General on the advice of the Prime Minister and serves until age 75. Question 230. How are members of Parliament selected? A. They're appointed by the United Nations. B. They're appointed by the sovereign, Queen or King. C. They're appointed by the landowners and police chief. D. They're elected by the voters in their local constituencies or districts. The answer is D. They're elected by the voters in their local constituencies or districts. They're elected by the voters from their respective districts. Question 231. Which of the following are parts of the Parliament? A. Sovereign. B. Senate. C. House of Commons. D. All of the above. The answer is D. All of the above. Parliament has three parts: the sovereign, Queen or King, the Senate, and the House of Commons. Question 232. Cabinet ministers have to resign if they A. Are defeated in a non-confidence vote. B. Succeed in a non-confidence vote. C. Are defeated in a confidence vote. D. Succeed in a confidence vote. The answer is A. Are defeated in a non-confidence vote. Cabinet ministers are responsible to the elected representatives, which means they must retain the confidence of the House and have to resign if they're defeated in a non-confidence vote. Question 233. When do the elections for the members of the House of Commons take place? A. After every 5 years. B. After every 3 years. C. After every 4 years. D. After every 6 years. The answer is C. After every 4 years. House of Commons is the representative chamber made up of members of Parliament elected by the people, traditionally every 4 years. Question 234. How many times should a bill be read in the House of Commons before it becomes law? A. Once. B. Twice. C. 3 times. D. There is no need to read the bill. The answer is C. 3 times. A bill must be read 3 times in the House of Commons before it becomes the law. Question 235. To become a law in Canada, a bill should A. Be passed by the House of Commons, B. Be given royal assent, C. Be passed by the Senate, D. All of the above. The answer is D. All of the above. No bill can become law in Canada until it has been passed by both chambers and has received royal assent granted by the Governor-General on behalf of the Sovereign. Question 236. Who represents the Sovereign in the provincial legislature? A. Lieutenant Governors, B. Prime Minister, C. Members of Parliament, D. Members of House of Commons. The answer is A. Lieutenant Governors. In provincial legislatures, Sovereign is represented by Lieutenant Governors. Question 237. In the federal government, who selects the cabinet minister and is responsible for the operation and policy of the government? A. Prime Minister, B. Governor, C. Sovereign, D. Senators. The answer is A. Prime Minister. In the federal government, the Prime Minister selects the cabinet ministers and is responsible for the operations and policy of the government. Question 238. Which of the following is not a part of the Parliament? A. Senate, B. Lieutenant Governors, C. House of Commons, D. Sovereign. The answer is B. Lieutenant Governors. Parliament has three parts: the Sovereign, Queen or King, the Senate, and the House of Commons. Provincial legislatures comprise the Lieutenant Governor and the elected Assembly. Question 239. In Canada's parliamentary democracy, the people elect members to the House of Commons in Ottawa and to the provincial and territorial legislatures. These representatives are responsible for A. Passing laws, B. Approving and monitoring expenditures, C. Keeping the government accountable, D. All of the above. The answer is D. All of the above. In Canada's parliamentary democracy, the people elect members to the House of Commons in Ottawa and to the provincial and territorial legislatures. These representatives are responsible for passing laws, approving and monitoring expenditures, and keeping the government accountable. Question 240. In Canada, a debate in the Parliament to make something a law is generally called A. Proposals, B. Inbox, C. Theory, D. Bills. The answer is D. Bills. Bill proposed in Parliament to become law, generally called bill. Question 241. In the Parliament, senators are appointed by the A. Canadian citizens, B. Sovereign, C. House of Commons, D. Governor-General. The answer is D. Governor-General. Senators are appointed by the Governor-General on the advice of the Prime Minister and serve until age 75. Question 242. Who is the head of the government? A. Prime Minister, B. Governor, C. Sovereign, D. None of these. The answer is A. Prime Minister. The head of government, the Prime Minister, who actually directs the governing of the country and selects the cabinet ministers and is responsible for operations and policy of government. Question 243. Who is the head of the state? A. Prime Minister, B. Governor, C. Sovereign, D. None of these. The answer is C. Sovereign. As a constitutional monarchy, Canada's head of state is a hereditary sovereign, queen or king. The sovereign is the guardian of constitutional freedoms. Question 244. Governor-General in Canada is appointed by A. The sovereign on the advice of the Prime Minister, B. The cabinet minister on the advice of sovereign, C. The Canadian citizens, D. The House of Commons. The answer is A. The sovereign on the advice of the Prime Minister. The sovereign is represented in Canada by the Governor-General, who is appointed by the sovereign on the advice of the Prime Minister. Question 245. As head of the Commonwealth, the sovereign links Canada to how many other nations that cooperate to advance social, economic, and cultural progress? A. 10, B. 23, C. 46, D. 53. The answer is D. 53. As head of the Commonwealth, the sovereign links Canada to 53 other nations that cooperate to advance social, economic, and cultural progress. Question 246. What time period is the Governor General appointed for? A. 1 year, B. 5 years, C. 10 years, D. 15 years. The answer is B. 5 years. The sovereign is represented in Canada by the Governor General, who is appointed by the sovereign on the advice of the Prime Minister, usually for 5 years. Question 247. Who has a role similar to that of the Governor General in federal government? A. Lieutenant Governor, B. Premier, C. Senate Member, D. Members of House of Commons. The answer is A. Lieutenant Governor. Lieutenant Governor has a role similar to that of the Governor General. Question 248. The sovereign is represented in Canada by the A. Prime Minister, B. Governor, C. Cabinet Minister, D. None of these. The answer is B. Governor. The sovereign is represented in Canada by the Governor General. Question 249. Who has no political role in Canadian democracy? A. Sovereign, B. Prime Minister, C. Governors, D. Senate members. The answer is A. Sovereign. Sovereign has no political role in Canadian democracy. Question 250. In each province, who has a role similar to that of the Prime Minister? A. Governor, B. Premier, C. Senate member, D. None of these. The answer is B. Premier. In each province, the Premier has a role similar to that of the Prime Minister in the federal government. Question 251. Who represents sovereign in each of the 10 provinces and serves for 5 years? A. Governor General, B. Prime Minister, C. Lieutenant Governor, D. Members of Parliament. The answer is C. Lieutenant Governor. In each of the 10 provinces, the sovereign is represented by the Lieutenant Governor, who is appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister, also normally for 5 years. Question 252. Who is the leader of the legislatures for all the provinces? A. Governor Generals, B. Premier, C. Lieutenant Governors, D. Queen. The answer is B. Premier. Premier is the leader of legislatures for all provinces. Question 253. No bill can become a law in Canada until it has been passed by the House of Commons and the Senate and has received A. A royal assent, B. Prime Minister, C. Public voting, D. NOC. The answer is A. Royal assent. No bill can become law in Canada until it has been passed by both chambers and has received royal assent. Chapter 6. Federal Elections. Question 254. How many members of the House of Commons are elected through each voting? A. 100, B. 200, C. 207, D. 308. The answer is D. 308. 308 members of the House of Commons elected through voting, each from every district. Question 255. Who represents every electoral district in the House of Commons? A. Member of the Parliament, B. Governor, C. Prime Minister, D. None of these. The answer is A. Member of the Parliament. The citizens in each electoral district elect one MP who sits in the House of Commons to represent them, as well as all Canadians. Question 256. In a federal election, the Canadians vote for A. Senate's member, B. the Prime Minister, C. Governors, D. Members of the House of Commons. The answer is D. Members of the House of Commons. Canadians vote for members of the House of Commons they want to represent them in Parliament. Question 257. An electoral district is a geographical area represented by A. Member of the Parliament, B. Governor, C. Prime Minister, D. None of these. The answer is A. Member of the Parliament. An electoral district is a geographical area represented by a Member of Parliament, MP. Question 258. Canada is divided into how many electoral districts, also known as ridings, or constituencies? A. 300, B. 305, C. 350, D. 308. The answer is D. 308. Canada is divided into 308 electoral districts. Question 259. Those Canadian citizens can run in the federal elections who are A. 20 years old or more, B. 19 years old or more, C. 18 years old or more, D. 17 years old or more. The answer is C. 18 years old or more. Canadians who are 18 years old or older may run in a federal election. Question 260. The count of people that can run for office from a single district is A. 24, B. 12, C. 6, D. As many as can. The answer is D. As many as can. The people who run for office are called candidates. There can be many candidates in an electoral district. Question 261. How many districts are there in Canada? A. 208, B. 308, C. 408, D. 508. The answer is B. 308. Canada is divided into 308 electoral districts, also known as ridings or constituencies. Question 262. Federal elections must be held on the A. First Monday of October every 3 years following the recent election, B. Second Monday of August every 4 years following the recent election, C. Third Monday of October every 4 years following recent election, D. Fourth Monday of September every 5 years following recent election. The answer is C. Third Monday of October every 4 years following recent election. Federal elections must be held on the third Monday in October every 4 years following the most recent general election. Vote. Question 263. In Canada, voting details are passed to the citizens through A. Social media, B. Mail, C. Phone calls, D. Citizen has to find out on his own. The answer is B. Mail. Voting details passed to Canadian citizens through mail. Question 264. How can a person vote on a day which is not the voting day? A. Through online, B. Through advance polls or special ballots, C. You can't, D. He can decide on his own. The answer is B. Through advance polls or special ballots. The card lists when and where you vote and the number to call if you require an interpreter or other special services. Question 265. Can a Canadian citizen be added to the voters list on the election day? A. Yes, B. No, C. Depends, D. None. The answer is A. Yes. A Canadian citizen can be added to voters list on election day. Question 266. The voters lists used during the federal elections and referendums are produced from the National Register of Electors by a neutral agency of the Parliament called A. Elections Canada, B. Legislative Assembly, C. Federal Government, D. Sovereign. The answer is A. Elections Canada. The voters' lists used during federal elections and referendums are produced from the National Register of Electors by a neutral agency of Parliament called Elections Canada. Question 267. The piece of paper you vote on is known as A. A voter's list, B. A voter information card, C. A writing, D. A ballot. The answer is D. A ballot. The piece of paper the Canadian vote on is ballot. Question 268. What does the secret ballot mean? A. It's a type of game played in Canada. B. No one watches you vote and how you vote. C. It's a confidential government information. D. None of these. The answer is B. No one watches you vote and how you vote. Canadian law secures the right to a secret ballot. This means that no one can watch you vote and no one should look at how you voted. Question 269. After the election, the Governor General will ask which party to form the government. A. Party with less seats. B. Party with greater seats. C. Randomly. D. The party Queen suggested. The answer is B. Party with greater seats. After election, Governor General will ask the party with the most seats to form the government. Question 270. Today, there are three major political parties currently represented in the House of Commons: the Conservative Party, the Democrats, and A. The Workers' Party, B. The Liberals' Party, C. The Officers' Party, D. The Feminist Party. The answer is B. The Liberals' Party. There are three major political parties currently represented in the House of Commons: the Conservative Party, the New Democratic Party, and the Liberal Party. Question 271. If a majority of the members of the House of Commons vote against a major government decision, the party in power is A. Succeed, B. Defeated, C. Promoted, D. None of these. The answer is B. Defeated. If a majority of the members of the House of Commons vote against a major government decision, the party in power is defeated. Question 272. If the party in power holds at least half of the seats in the House of Commons, the party is referred to as A. Minority government, B. Majority government, C. Neutral government, D. None of these. The answer is B. Majority government. If the party in power holds at least half of the seats in the House of Commons, this is called a majority government. Question 273. The government ministers, along with prime ministers, are called A. The Senate, B. The Cabinet, C. The ruler, D. The table. The answer is B. The Cabinet. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet Ministers are called the Cabinet. Question 274. Who are responsible for governing the provincial government departments? A. Member of Parliament, B. Senators, C. Cabinet Ministers, D. Lieutenant Governors. The answer is C. Cabinet Ministers. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet Ministers are called the Cabinet, and they make important decisions about how the country is governed. They prepare the budget and propose most new laws. Question 275. Who are responsible for running the federal government departments? A. Prime Minister, B. Cabinet Ministers, C. Governor General, D. None of these. The answer is B. Cabinet Ministers. Cabinet Ministers are responsible for running the federal government departments. Question 276. What should you mark in the circle next to the name of the candidate of your choice? A, O, B, Y, C, X, D, exclamation mark. The answer is C, X. Mark an X in the circle next to the name of the candidate of your choice. Question 277. Canadian government ensures that your vote remains A, closed, B, not registered, C, secret, D, none. The answer is C, secret. Your vote is secret. You'll be invited to go behind the screen to mark your ballot. Once marked, fold it and present it to the poll officials. Question 278. Which of the following confirms that your name is on the voters list and states when and where you vote? A, an email from government officials, B, a phone call, C, voter information card, D, social media. The answer is C, voter information card. Voter information card confirms that your name is on the voters list and states when and where you vote. Question 279. Which of the following is the responsibility of the federal government? A, national defense, B, education, C, social and community health, D, agriculture. The answer is A, national defense. The responsibilities of the federal government includes national defense. Question 280. Which of the following is the responsibility of the municipal government? A, foreign policy, B, agriculture, C, healthcare, D, social and community health. The answer is D, social and community health. Municipalities are normally responsible for urban or regional planning, streets and roads, sanitation such as garbage removal, snow removal, firefighting, ambulance and other emergency services, recreation facilities, public transit, and some local health and social service. Question 281. Municipal governments usually have a council that passes laws. These laws only affect the local community and are called A, national law, B, international law, C, bylaw, D, local law. The answer is C, bylaw. Municipal governments usually have a council that passes laws called bylaws that affect only the local community. Question 282. The council usually includes a councillor or alderman and A, mayor, B, prime minister, C, governor general, D, member of parliament. The answer is A, mayor. The council usually includes a mayor or a reeve and councillors or aldermen. Canadian symbols. The Canadian crown. Question 295. The crown has been the symbol of the state in Canada for over A, 300 years, B, 400 years, C, 450 years, D, 600 years. The answer is B, 400 years. The crown has been a symbol of the state in Canada for 400 years. Question 296. Canada has been a constitutional monarchy in its own right since the Confederation in 1867 during A, Queen Elizabeth II reign, B, Queen Victoria reign, C, Queen Elizabeth I reign, D, King Charles II reign. The answer is B, Queen Victoria reign. Canada has been a constitutional monarchy in its own right since Confederation in 1867 during Queen Victoria's reign. Question 297. She has been the Queen of Canada since 1952, marked her Golden Jubilee in 2002, and celebrated her Diamond Jubilee in 2012. A, Queen Elizabeth III, B, Queen Elizabeth II, C, Queen Elizabeth I, D, Queen Victoria. The answer is B. Queen Elizabeth II. Queen Elizabeth II, who has been Queen of Canada since 1952, marked her Golden Jubilee in 2002 and celebrated her Diamond Jubilee, 60 years as sovereign, in 2012. Flags in Canada. Question 298. The red-white pattern of the Canadian flag is derived from the A. Royal Financial College, Kingston, B. Royal Nursing College, Toronto, C. Royal Military College, Kingston, D. Royal Medical Campaign. The answer is C. Royal Military College, Kingston. The red-white pattern comes from the flag of the Royal Military College, Kingston, founded in 1876. Question 299. What has been the colors of France and England since the Middle Ages and the national colors of Canada since 1921? A. Blue and red, B. White and purple, C. Red and white, D. Red and black. The answer is C. Red and white. Red and white had been the colors of France and England since the Middle Ages and the national colors of Canada since 1921. Question 300. Which of the following is our official royal flag? A. Union Jack, B. Union Queen, C. Union King, D. Union Law. The answer is A. Union Jack. The Union Jack is our official royal flag. Question 301. The red-white-red pattern comes from the flag of the Royal Military College in Kingston, founded in which year? A. 1865, B. 1876, C. 1885, D. 1897. The answer is B. 1876. The red-white-red pattern comes from the flag of the Royal Military College, Kingston, founded in 1876. Question 302. A new Canadian flag was raised for the first time in A. 1965, B. 1955, C. 1950, D. 1930. The answer is A. 1965. A new Canadian flag was raised for the first time in 1965. Question 303. The Canadian red ensign served as the Canadian flag for about A. 200 years, B. 100 years, C. 50 years, D. 10 years. The answer is B. 100 years. The Canadian red ensign, before the current flag, served as the Canadian flag for about 100 years. The maple leaf. Question 304. Maple leaf has been a symbol and part of the Canadian military uniforms and insignia since A. 1950s, B. 1850s, C. 1750s, D. 1650s. The answer is B. 1850s. Maple leaf appeared on Canadian uniforms and insignia since the 1850s. Question 305. Which is Canada's best-known symbol? A. Pua leaf, B. Kale leaf, C. Maple leaf, D. Guava leaf. The answer is C. Maple leaf. The maple leaf is Canada's best-known symbol. Maple leaf is carved into the headstones of our fallen soldiers buried overseas and in Canada. Question 306. Maple leaves were first adopted as a symbol by French Canadians in A. 1400s, B. 1500s, C. 1600s, D. 1700s. The answer is D. 1700s. Maple leaves were adopted as a symbol by French Canadians in the 1700s. The fleur de lis. Question 307. At the Confederation, which symbol is included in the Canadian red ensign? A. Beaver, B. Maple leaf, C. Lily flower, D. Crown. The answer is C. Lily flower. At Confederation, the fleur de lis was included in the Canadian red ensign. Question 308. What is the meaning of the word fleur de lis in French? A. Maple leaf, B. Lily flower, C. Beaver, D. Crown. The answer is B. Lily flower. Fleur de lis in French stands for lily flower. Question 309. It is said that the lily flower, fleur de lis, was adopted by the French king in the year A. 500, B. 495, C. 496, D. 596. The answer is 496. It is said that the lily flower, fleur de lis, was adopted by the French king in the year 496. Question 310. When did Quebec adopt its own flag based on the cross and the fleur de lis? A. 1948, B. 1950, C. 1958, D. 1960. The answer is A. 1948. In 1948, Quebec adopted its own flag based on the cross and the fleur de lis. Question 311. For how many years was the lily flower a symbol of French royalty and became part of the Quebec flag in 1948? A. 500 years, B. 1,000 years, C. 1,500 years, D. 2,000 years. The answer is B. 1,000 years. It is said that the lily flower, fleur de lis, was adopted by the French king in the year 496. It became the symbol of French royalty for more than 1,000 years. Coat of arms and motto. Question 312. In Latin, amari usque ad mare means A. From river to river, B. From region to region, C. From sea to sea, D. From country to country. The answer is C. From sea to sea. Amari usque ad mare, which in Latin means from sea to sea. Question 313. When did Canada adopt the official coat of arms and a national motto as an expression of national pride? A. After First World War, B. After Second World War, C. After Third World War, D. After Boer War. The answer is A. After First World War. As an expression of national pride, after the First World War, Canada adopted an official coat of arms and a national motto. Question 314. The Canadian arms consist of symbols of England, France, Scotland, and A. Germany, B. Korea, C. Ireland, D. Australia. The answer is C. Ireland. The arms contain symbols of England, France, Scotland, and Ireland. Parliament buildings. Parliament buildings. Question 315. Which of the following building in Canada was completed in the 1860s? A. Parliament Building, B. Peace Tower, C. Eiffel Tower, D. Clock Tower. The answer is A. Parliament Building. The buildings were completed in the 1860s. The center block was destroyed by an accidental fire in 1916 and rebuilt in 1922. The library is the only part of the original building remaining. Question 316. The memorial chamber within the tower contains the books of remembrance, which has the names of the A. Soldiers who died in war, B. Soldiers who served in war, C. Commanders leading the troops in war, D. Prime Ministers. The answer is A. Soldiers who died in war. The memorial chamber within the tower contains the books of remembrance, in which are written the names of soldiers who died in wars. Question 317. In which style is the Quebec National Assembly built? A. French First Empire, B. French Second Empire, C. French Third Empire, D. German and Indian. The answer is B. French Second Empire. The Quebec National Assembly is built in the French Second Empire style. Question 318. The Peace Tower was completed in A. 1920, B. 1927, C. 1930, D. 1937. The answer is B. 1927. The Peace Tower was completed in 1927 in memory of the First World War. Question 319. The only original part remaining in the Canadian Parliament is A. Entrance, B. Central Lounge, C. Library, D. Basement. The answer is C. Library. The buildings were completed in the 1860s. The center block was destroyed by an accidental fire in 1916 and rebuilt in 1922. The library is the only part of the original building remaining. Question 320. The Memorial Chamber of Peace Tower contains A. Books of science, B. Books of history, C. Books of remembrance, D. Books of economics. The answer is C. Books of remembrance. Memorial chamber within the tower contains the books of remembrance. Question 321. The Peace Tower was made in the memory of A. Battle of Plains of Abraham, B. Second World War, C. First World War, D. Boer War. The answer is C. First World War. The Peace Tower was completed in 1927 in memory of the First World War. Popular sports. Question 322. Ice hockey was founded in Canada in A. 1700s, B. 1800s, C. 1900s, D. 2000s. The answer is B. 1800s. Ice hockey was developed in Canada in the 1800s. Question 323. Which of the following is the national winter sport? A. Cricket, B. Badminton, C. Hockey, D. Football. The answer is C. Hockey. Hockey is Canada's most popular spectator sport and is the national winter sport. Question 324. Which is the second most popular sport in Canada? A. Basketball, B. Football, C. Cricket, D. Lacrosse. The answer is B. Football. Canadian football is the second most popular sport. Question 325. Lacrosse, an ancient sport, was first played by the A. Germans, B. French, C. Aboriginals, D. Indians. The answer is C. Aboriginals. Lacrosse is an ancient sport first played by Aboriginals. Question 326. Which of the following sports have the most registered players in Canada? A. Cricket, B. Golf, C. Basketball, D. Soccer? The answer is D. Soccer. Soccer has the most registered players of any game in Canada. Question 327. The National Hockey League plays for the championship Stanley Cup donated by A. Adrian Clarkson, B. Lord Stanley, C. Fort Garry, D. Sir Alexander MacDonald. The answer is B. Lord Stanley. The National Hockey League plays for the championship Stanley Cup donated by Lord Stanley, the Governor-General, in 1892. Question 328. Which sports was introduced by Scotland? A. Lacrosse, B. Basketball, C. Football, D. Curling. The answer is D. Curling. Curling, an ice game introduced by Scottish pioneers. Question 329. Which of the following is Canada's official summer sport? A. Football, B. Lacrosse, C. Hockey, D. Cricket. The answer is B. Lacrosse. Lacrosse, an ancient sport first played by Aboriginals, is the official summer sport. Question 340. Which of the following is Canada's most popular spectator sport? A. Cricket, B. Badminton, C. Football, D. Hockey. The answer is D. Hockey. Hockey is Canada's most popular spectator sport and is considered to be the national winter sport. Question 341. The Clarkson Cup, established in 2005 by Adrian Clarkson, the 26th Governor-General, is awarded for A. Men's hockey, B. Women's hockey, C. Both, D. None. The answer is B. Women's hockey. Clarkson Cup, established in 2005 by Adrian Clarkson, the 26th Governor-General, and the first of Asian origin, is awarded for women's hockey. The beaver. Question 342. What was adopted centuries ago as a symbol of the Hudson's Bay Company? A. The lion, B. The eagle, C. The bison, D. The beaver. The answer is D. The beaver. The beaver was adopted centuries ago as a symbol of the Hudson's Bay Company. Question 343. Which symbol can be found on a 5-cent coin? A. Maple leaf, B. Polar bears, C. Deer, D. The beaver. The answer is D. The beaver. The beaver can be seen on the 5-cent coin. Question 344. The beaver became an emblem of the Saint-Jean-Baptiste Society, a French-Canadian patriotic association, in A. 1834, B. 1824, C. 1814, D. 1804. The answer is A. 1834. It became an emblem of the Saint-Jean-Baptiste Society, a French-Canadian patriotic association, in 1834. Question 345. Which of the following symbols can be seen on the coats of arms of cities such as Montreal and Toronto? A. Fleur de lis, B. Maple leaf, C. The beaver, D. The crown. The answer is C. The beaver. The beaver can be seen on the 5-cent coin, on the coats of arms of Saskatchewan and Alberta, and of cities such as Montreal and Toronto. Canada's official language. Question 346. O Canada, the national anthem, was first sung in A. Ontario, B. Newfoundland, C. Quebec City, D. Vancouver. The answer is C. Quebec City. O Canada was proclaimed as the national anthem in 1980. It was first sung in Quebec City in 1880. Question 347. In Canada, where is the equivalent status given to the English and French? A. Everywhere. B. Only in the Parliament buildings. C. Only in specific regions. D. Only in Ontario. The answer is A. Everywhere. English and French have equal status throughout Canada. Question 348. O Canada was proclaimed as the national anthem of Canada in A. 1960, B. 1970, C. 1980, D. 1990. The answer is C. 1980. O Canada was proclaimed as the national anthem in 1980. Question 349. The royal anthem of Canada is A. God Bless the Queen, B. God Save the Queen, C. God Defend the Queen, D. God Protect the Queen. The answer is B. God Save the Queen. The royal anthem of Canada, God Save the Queen or King. Question 350. How do the French and English Canadians sing the words of the national anthem? A. They sing the same words. B. They sing the words of their language. C. They don't sing. D. None of these. The answer is B. They sing the words of their language. French and English Canadians sing different words to the national anthem. Question 351. English speakers, Anglophones, and French speakers, Francophones, have lived together in partnership and creative tension for more than A. 200 years, B. 300 years, C. 400 years, D. 500 years. The answer is B. 300 years. English speakers, Anglophones, and French speakers, Francophones, have lived together in partnership and creative tension for more than 300 years. Question 352. Parliament passed the Official Language Act in A. 1959, B. 1969, C. 1979, D. 1989. The answer is B. 1969. Parliament passed the Official Languages Act in 1969. Question 353. What is the age limit for the applicants applying for Canadian citizenship who must have an adequate knowledge of English and French? A. 16 to 70, B. 18 to 54, C. 19 to 50, D. 15 to 60. The answer is B. 18 to 54. Applicants applying for Canadian citizenship between 18 and 54 years of age must have an adequate knowledge of English and French. The Order of Canada and other honors. Question 354. Canada started its own honor system with the Order of Canada in A. 1937, B. 1987, C. 1967, D. 1997. The answer is C. 1967. Canada started its own honor system with the Order of Canada in 1967, the centennial of Confederation. Question 355. Before starting its own honor system with the Order of Canada in 1967, which honor system did Canada use? A. German honor system, B. Indian honor system, C. British honor system, D. Australian honor system. The answer is C. British honor system. After using British honors for many years, Canada started its own honor system with the Order of Canada in 1967, the centennial of Confederation. Question 356. The nomination of any Canadian for Canadian honor can be done by A. Any Canadian, B. By Parliament, C. By Prime Minister, D. By Queen. The answer is A. Any Canadian. If you know of fellow citizens who you think are worthy of recognition, you're welcome to nominate them. Victoria Cross. Question 357. Who is the first Canadian to be awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions in the Crimean War? A. Able Seaman William Hall. B. Corporal Philip Conowall. C. Lieutenant Alexander Robert Dunn. D. Captain Paul Trickett of Cabano. The answer is C. Lieutenant Alexander Robert Dunn. Then Lieutenant Alexander Roberts Dunn, born in present-day Toronto, served in the British Army in the charge of the Light Brigade at Balaclava, 1854, in the Crimean War, and was the first Canadian to be awarded the Victoria Cross. Question 358. Who was the last Canadian to be awarded the Victoria Cross, which is the highest military honor from 1945 to date? A. Able Seaman William Hall. B. Corporal Philip Conowall. C. Captain Paul Trickett of Cabano. D. Lieutenant Robert Hampton Gray. The answer is D. Lieutenant Robert Hampton Gray. Lieutenant Robert Hampton Gray, a Navy pilot born in Trail, BC, was killed while bombing and sinking a Japanese warship in August 1945, a few days before the end of the Second World War, and was the last Canadian to receive the VC to date. Question 359. The Victoria Cross is awarded for the act of A. Scientific research. B. Conspicuous bravery. C. Civil service. D. Military service. The answer is B. Conspicuous bravery. The Victoria Cross, VC, is the highest honor available to Canadians and is awarded for the most conspicuous bravery, a daring or preeminent act of valor or self-sacrifice, or extreme devotion to duty in the presence of the enemy. Question 360. Which is the highest honor available for Canadians? A. Nobel Prize. B. Victoria Cross. C. Lieutenant Shield. D. None of these. The answer is B. Victoria Cross. The Victoria Cross, VC, is the highest honor available to Canadians and is awarded for the most conspicuous bravery, a daring or preeminent act of valor or self-sacrifice, or extreme devotion to duty in the presence of the enemy. Question 361. Since 1854, how many people have been awarded with the Victoria Cross to date? A. 67. B. 85. C. 71. D. 96. The answer is D. 96. The Victoria Cross has been awarded to 96 Canadians since 1854. Question 362. Who was the first Black man to be awarded the Victoria Cross? A. Able Seaman William Hall. B. Corporal Philip Conowall. C. Lieutenant Alexander Robert Dunn. D. Captain Paul Trickett of Cabano. The answer is A. Able Seaman William Hall. Able Seaman William Hall of Horton, Nova Scotia, whose parents were American slaves, was the first Black man to be awarded the Victoria Cross for his role in the Siege of Lucknow during the Indian Rebellion of 1857. National Public Holidays. Question 363. Good Friday is celebrated on the A. Friday immediately preceding Easter Sunday. B. Friday immediately preceding Easter Monday. C. Friday immediately preceding Easter Tuesday. D. Friday immediately preceding Easter Wednesday. The answer is A. Friday immediately preceding Easter Sunday. Good Fridays celebrate on Friday immediately preceding Easter Sunday. Question 364. Boxing Day is celebrated on A. November 11th. B. November 20th. C. December 25th. D. December 26th? The answer is D, December 26th. Boxing Day, December 26th. Question 365. Vimy Day is celebrated on A. April 9th, B. May 29th, C. June 30th, D. March 30th. The answer is A. April 9th. Vimy Day, April 9th. Question 366. Christmas Day is celebrated on A. November 11th, B. November 20th, C. December 25th, D. December 26th. The answer is C. December 25th. Christmas Day, December 25th. Question 367. Canada Day is celebrated on A. June 1st, B. July 1st, C. August 1st, D. September 1st. The answer is B. July 1st. Canada Day, July 1st, to celebrate the anniversary of Confederation. Question 368. Feast of St. John the Baptist is celebrated on A. August 24th, B. June 24th, C. July 24th, D. September 24th. The answer is B. June 24th. Fête nationale, Québec, June 24th, Feast of St. John the Baptist. Question 369. Labor Day is celebrated on the A. Second Monday of October, B. First Monday of September, C. Third Tuesday of December, D. First Friday of November. The answer is B. First Monday of September. Labor Day, first Monday of September. Question 370. Sir Wilfrid Laurier Day is celebrated on A. November 11th, B. November 20th, C. December 25th, D. December 26th. The answer is B. November 20th. Sir Wilfrid Laurier Day, November 20th. Question 371. Remembrance Day is celebrated on A. November 11th, B. November 20th, C. December 25th, D. December 26th. The answer is A. November 11th. Remembrance Day, November 11th. Canada's economy. A trading nation. Question 372. Today, where does Canada's economy lie among the largest economies in the world? A. Among top 3, B. Among top 5, C. Among top 8, D. Among top 10. The answer is D. Among top 10. Today, Canada has one of the 10 largest economies in the world and is part of the G8 group of leading industrialized countries with the United States, Germany, the United Kingdom, Italy, France, Japan, and Russia. Question 373. When did Canada enact free trade with the United States? A. 1968, B. 1988, C. 1998, D. 2018. The answer is B. 1988. In 1988, Canada enacted free trade with the United States. Question 374. Canada's economy mostly depends upon A. Tourism, B. Finance, C. Service, D. Trading. The answer is D. Trading. Canada has always been a trading nation, and commerce remains the engine of economic growth. As Canadians, we could not maintain our standard of living without engaging in trade with other nations. Question 375. Who became a partner in 1994 in the broader North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, with over 444 million people and over $1 trillion in merchandise trade in 2008? A. Germany, B. Japan, C. Mexico, D. China. The answer is C. Mexico. In 1988, Canada enacted free trade with the United States. Mexico became a partner in 1994 in the broader North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, with over 444 million people and over $1 trillion in merchandise trade in 2008. Three main types of industries. Question 376. It is one of the largest trading partners of Canada. A. Mexico, B. United States, C. Australia, D. Greenland. The answer is B. United States. Canada enjoys close relations with the United States, and each is the other's largest trading partner. Question 377. Canadians and Americans cross the border every year and in safety, which is now traditionally regarded as A. The world's longest undefended border, B. The Inter-Canada and America border, C. The Intercity Defense border, D. The Canadian Highway. The answer is A. The world's longest undefended border. Canadians and Americans cross every year and in safety what is traditionally known as the world's longest undefended border. Question 378. What proportion of Canadian workers belong to the service industries? A. 25%, B. 50%, C. 75%, D. 85%. The answer is C. 75%. More than 75% of Canadian workers are now part of service industries in Canada. Question 379. How much of Canada's exports are destined for the United States? A. Quarter, B. 3/4, C. Half, D. Less than a quarter. The answer is B. 3/4. Over 3/4, 75% of Canadian exports are destined for the USA. Question 380. Even today, the major exports of Canada contain which commodities? A. Natural resources, B. Manufacturing industrial products, C. Automobile, D. All of the above. The answer is A. Natural resources. Today, the economy of many areas of the country still depends on developing natural resources, and a large percentage of Canada's exports are natural resources commodities. Canada's region. The regions of Canada. Question 382. How many distinct regions does Canada contain? A. 2, B. 3, C. 4, D. 5. The answer is D. 5. Canada includes many different geographical areas and 5 distinct regions. Question 383. Which ocean is found in the west of Canada? A. Pacific, B. Atlantic, C. Arctic, D. None of these. The answer is A. Pacific. 3 oceans line Canada's frontiers: the Pacific Ocean in the west, the Atlantic Ocean in the east, and the Arctic Ocean to the north. Question 384. Canada is which largest country in the world? A. First, B. Second, C. Third, D. Fourth. The answer is B. Second. Canada is the second largest country on Earth. Question 385. Along the southern edge of Canada lies the A. Arctic Ocean, B. Atlantic Ocean, C. Canada-United States boundary, Greenland. The answer is C. Canada-United States boundary. Along the southern edge of Canada lies the Canada-United States boundary. Question 386. How many ocean lines surround Canada? A. 2, B. 3, C. 4, D. 5? The answer is B. 3. 3 oceans line Canada's frontiers: the Pacific Ocean in the west, the Atlantic Ocean in the east, and the Arctic Ocean to the north. Question 387. Which Canadian province lies in the East region? A. Prairie Province, B. Atlantic Province, C. Central Canada, D. Yukon. The answer is B. Atlantic Province. Atlantic provinces found in the East region of Canada. The national capital. Question 388. Ottawa was chosen as the capital of Canada in 1857 by A. Queen Elizabeth I, B. Queen Elizabeth II, C. Queen Victoria, D. King Charles II. The answer is C. Queen Victoria. Ottawa, located on the Ottawa River, was chosen as the capital in 1857 by Queen Victoria, the great-great-grandmother of Queen Elizabeth II. Question 389. The area that surrounds Ottawa is known as the A. National Capital Region, B. National Canadian Region, C. National Territorial Region, D. National Queen's Region. The answer is A. National Capital Region. The National Capital Region, 4,700 square kilometers surrounding Ottawa, preserves and enhances the area's built heritage. Question 390. Ottawa was chosen as the capital in A. 1857, B. 1875, C. 1845, D. 1834. The answer is A. 1857. Ottawa, located on the Ottawa River, was chosen as the capital in 1857 by Queen Victoria, the great-great-grandmother of Queen Elizabeth II. Question 391. Which of the following is the capital of Canada? A. Ontario, B. Ottawa, C. Quebec City, D. None of these. The answer is B. Ottawa. Ottawa, located on the Ottawa River, was chosen as the capital in 1857 by Queen Victoria, the great-great-grandmother of Queen Elizabeth II. Question 392. Today, which of the following is the fourth largest metropolitan area of Canada? A. Montreal, B. Vancouver, C. Ottawa, D. Ontario. The answer is C. Ottawa. Today, Ottawa is Canada's fourth largest metropolitan area. Provinces and territories. Question 393. How many territories does Canada consist of? A. 2, B. 3, C. 4, D. 5. The answer is B. 3. Canada has 10 provinces and 3 territories. Question 394. How many provinces does Canada consist of? A. 5, B. 10, C. 15, D. 20. The answer is B. 10. Canada has 10 provinces and 3 territories. Population. Question 395. Canada population is around A. 20 million people, B. 24 million people, C. 30 million people, D. 34 million people. The answer is D. 34 million people. Canada has a population of about 34 million people. Atlantic provinces. Question 396. What Sets in Prince Edward Island by Lucy Maud Montgomery is a much-loved story about the adventures of a little red-headed orphan girl? A. Anne of Green Gables, B. Lucy of Green Gables, C. Matilda of Green Gables, D. Liana of Green Gables? The answer is A. Anne of Green Gables. Anne of Green Gables, set in PEI by Lucy Maud Montgomery, is a much-loved story about the adventures of a little red-headed orphan girl. Question 397. Which is the most populous Atlantic province? A. New Brunswick. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Nova Scotia. D. Newfoundland and Labrador. The answer is C. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is the most populous Atlantic province. Question 398. On which of the following mountains is New Brunswick situated? A. Appalachian. B. K2. C. Yukon. D. Rocky. The answer is A. Appalachian. New Brunswick is located on the Appalachian Mountain Range. Question 399. Which of the following is the smallest province of the Atlantic region? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Alberta. D. Yukon. The answer is B. Prince Edward Island. Prince Edward Island is the smallest province of the Atlantic region. Question 400. Which cities have the most easterly points in North America and also have their own time zone? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. New Brunswick. C. Yukon. D. Alberta. The answer is A. Newfoundland and Labrador. Newfoundland and Labrador is the most easterly point in North America and has its own time zone. Question 401. Which of the following is considered to be the gateway to Canada? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. The answer is C. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is considered to be the gateway to Canada. Question 402. Which of the following is the only official bilingual province and contains about 1/3 of the population living and working in French? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. The answer is D. New Brunswick. New Brunswick is the only official bilingual province. Question 403. Which of the following is the largest city in New Brunswick? A. St. John. B. Victoria. C. Halifax. D. Iqaluit. The answer is A. St. John. St. John is the largest city in New Brunswick. Question 404. Which of the following contains the second largest river system on North America's Atlantic coastline, St. John River System? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. The answer is D. New Brunswick. New Brunswick contains the St. John River System. Question 405. Atlantic region of Canada contains the following provinces: Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and A. Ontario, B. Yukon, C. Alberta, D. Nova Scotia. The answer is D. Nova Scotia. Atlantic provinces contain Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Nova Scotia. Question 406. Which of the following is the home of Canada's largest naval base as well as containing the largest east coast? A. Newfoundland and Labrador. B. Prince Edward Island. C. Nova Scotia. D. New Brunswick. The answer is C. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is the homeland of Canada's largest naval base. Question 407. Which of the following is the home to over 700 annual festivals, including the spectacular military tattoo in Halifax? A. Nova Scotia. B. New Brunswick. C. Newfoundland and Labrador, D. Prince Edward Island? The answer is A. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is home to over 700 annual festivals, including the spectacular military tattoo in Halifax. Question 408. What fraction of the population in New Brunswick, the only officially bilingual province in Canada, lives and works in French? A. 1/2, B. 1/3, C. 1/6, D. 1/5? The answer is B. 1/3. New Brunswick is the only official bilingual province, and about 1/3 of the population lives and works in French. Question 409. The Atlantic region contains how many provinces? A. 4, B. 3, C. 5, D. 6? The answer is A. 4. Atlantic Provincial Region contains 4 provinces. Question 410. Newfoundland and Labrador is the oldest colony of the A. German Empire, B. British Empire, C. French Empire, D. None of these? The answer is B. British Empire. Newfoundland and Labrador is the oldest colony of the British Empire since 1949. Question 411. Prince Edward Island, PEI, is the smallest province, known for its beaches, red soil and agriculture, especially A. Oil, B. Potatoes, C. Marbles, D. Coal? The answer is B. Potatoes. Prince Edward Island, PEI, is the smallest province, known for its beaches, red soil and agriculture, especially potatoes. Central Canada. Question 412. The Central Canada region contains how many provinces? A. 2, B. 3, C. 4, D. 5? The answer is A. 2. Central Canada region contains 2 provinces, Ontario, Toronto, and Quebec, Quebec City. Question 413. Which of the following is the largest city of Canada in terms of population? A. Winnipeg, B. Toronto, C. Regina, D. Victoria? The answer is B. Toronto. Toronto is the largest city in Canada in terms of population. Question 414. Which of the following is Canada's second largest city and the world's second largest mainly French-speaking city in the world after Paris? A. St. John, B. Winnipeg, C. Victoria, D. Montreal? The answer is D. Montreal. Montreal is Canada's second largest city, as well as world's second largest French-speaking city after Paris. Question 415. How many lakes are located between Ontario and the United States? A. 4, B. 5, C. 6, D. 7? The answer is B. 5. There are 5 lakes present between Ontario and the United States. Question 415. Ontario contains what percentage of Canadian citizens overall? A. 25%, 1/4, B. 33%, 1/3, C. 50%, 1/2, D. 75%, 3/4? The answer is B. 33%, 1/3. At more than 12 million, the people of Ontario make up more than 1/3 of Canadians. Question 417. Which of the following is Canada's largest producer of hydroelectricity? A. Quebec, B. Ontario, C. Manitoba, D. Victoria? The answer is A. Quebec. Quebec is Canada's largest hydroelectricity producer. The resources of the Canadian Shield have helped Quebec to develop important industries, including forestry, energy, and mining. Quebec is Canada's main producer of pulp and paper. The province's huge supply of fresh water has made it Canada's largest producer of hydroelectricity. Question 418. Which of the following is the largest freshwater lake in the world? A. Lake Erie. B. Lake Ontario. C. Lake Superior. D. Lake Mackenzie. The answer is C. Lake Superior. Lake Superior is the largest freshwater lake in the world. Question 419. What fraction of the people in Canada live in cities and towns near the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River in southern Quebec and Ontario? A. 1/3. B. 1/2. C. 1/4. D. 1/5. The answer is B. 1/2. More than half the people in Canada live in cities and towns near the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River, major river in southern Quebec and Ontario. Question 420. How many people live in Quebec, especially along or near the St. Lawrence River? A. 7 million. B. 8 million. C. 9 million. D. 10. The answer is B. 8 million. Nearly 8 million people live in Quebec. The Prairie Provinces. Question 421. Which Canadian province produces most of the oil and gas for Canada? A. Quebec. B. Alberta. C. Yukon. D. Newfoundland and Labrador. The answer is B. Alberta. Alberta is the largest producer of oil and gas, and the oil sands in the north are being developed as a major energy source. Question 422. Alberta has 5 national parks, including Banff National Park, established in A. 1885, B. 1890, C. 1895, D. 1900. The answer is A. 1885. Alberta has 5 national parks, including Banff National Park, established in 1885. Question 423. Which of the following province contains the largest number of Aboriginal populations? A. New Brunswick. B. Montreal. C. Manitoba. D. Ontario. The answer is C. Manitoba. Manitoba contains the largest population of Aboriginal citizens of any other provinces at over 15%. Question 424. Saskatchewan, once known as the breadbasket of the world and the wheat province, contains what fraction of the total arable land in Canada? A. 30%, B. 40%, C. 50%, D. 60%. The answer is B. 40%. Saskatchewan, once known as the breadbasket of the world and the wheat province, has 40% of the arable land in Canada. Question 425. Prairie Provinces contains the most A. Fertile farmlands in the world, B. Oil reserves in the world, C. Coal reserves in the world, D. Freshwater lakes in the world. The answer is A. Fertile farmlands in the world. Prairie provinces contain the most fertile farmlands in the world. Question 426. Which of the following is the home of the Training Academy of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police? A. Saskatchewan. B. Victoria. C. Regina. D. Montreal. The answer is C. Regina. Regina, the capital city of Saskatchewan, is home to the Training Academy of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Question 427. Which of the following is the capital of Alberta? A. St. John. B. Charlottetown. C. Iqaluit. D. Edmonton. The answer is D. Edmonton. Edmonton is the capital city of Alberta. Question 428. Which of the following is the headquarters of the mining industry and an important educational research and technology center? A. Regina, B. Saskatoon, C. Toronto, D. Montreal. The answer is B. Saskatoon. Saskatoon, the largest city, is the headquarters of the mining industry and an important educational, research, and technology center. The West Coast. Question 429. Which of the following is a tourist center and headquarters of the Navy's Pacific Fleet? A. Montreal, B. Victoria, C. New Brunswick, D. Winnipeg. The answer is B. Victoria. The capital city of British Columbia, Victoria, is a tourist center and headquarters of the Navy's Pacific Fleet. Question 430. British Columbia, BC, on the Pacific coast, is Canada's westernmost province with a population of A. 5 million, B. 4 million, C. 3 million, D. 2 million. The answer is B. 4 million. British Columbia on the Pacific coast is Canada's westernmost province with a population of 4 million. Question 431. About 1/2 of all the goods produced in British Columbia are A. Natural resources, B. Automobile products, C. Forestry products, D. Oil products. The answer is C. Forestry products. About 1/2 of all the goods produced in BC are forestry products. Question 432. Which of the following is the capital city of British Columbia? A. Winnipeg, B. Quebec City, C. Victoria, D. Yellowknife. The answer is C. Victoria. Victoria is the capital city of British Columbia. Question 433. How many provincial parks does British Columbia have? A. 900, B. 800, C. 600, D. 700. The answer is C. 600. British Columbia contains approximately 600 provincial parks. Question 434. Which of the following port is the gateway to Asia Pacific? A. Port of Vancouver, B. Port of Quebec, C. Port of Montreal, D. Port of New Brunswick. The answer is A. Port of Vancouver. The Port of Vancouver is our gateway to the Asia Pacific. The Northern Territories. Question 435. Which of the following mountains is located in Yukon and is also considered the highest mountain in Canada? A. Mackenzie, B. Logan, C. Bower, D. Lawrence. The answer is B. Logan. Mount Logan, located in the Yukon, is the highest mountain in Canada. Question 436. Which is the second largest river system in North America? A. The Mackenzie River System, B. St. John River System, C. Mississippi River System, D. None of these. The answer is A. The Mackenzie River System. The Mackenzie River, at 4,200 kilometers, is the second longest river system in North America after the Mississippi and drains an area of 1.8 million square kilometers. Question 437. What fraction of Canada's total landmass is covered by the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon? A. 1/2, B. 1/3, C. 1/4, D. 1/5. The answer is B. 1/3. The Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon contain 1/3 of Canada's landmass. Question 438. Which of the following is called the Diamond Capital of North America? A. Quebec City, B. Montreal, C. Yellowknife, D. Victoria. The answer is C. Yellowknife. The capital, Yellowknife, population 20,000, is called the Diamond Capital of North America. Yellowknife is the capital city of the Northwest Territories. Question 439. Which of the following has long, cold winters and short, cool summers? A. Atlantic, B. Central Canada, C. West Coast, D. Northern Territories. The answer is D. Northern Territories. The Northern Territories have long, cold winters and short, cool summers. Question 440. Which of the following is the capital of Yukon Territory? A. Yellow Moon, B. White Knife, C. White Horse, D. Yellow Horse. The answer is C. White Horse. White Horse is the capital of Yukon. Question 441. The Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon contain 1/3 of Canada's landmass, with a population of A. 100,000, B. 200,000, C. 300,000, D. 400,000. The answer is A. 100,000. The Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon contain 1/3 of Canada's landmass, but have a population of only 100,000. Question 442. When was Nunavut, meaning our land, in Inuktitut language, established from the eastern part of Northwest Territories? A. 1999, B. 1995, C. 1991, D. 1986. The answer is A. 1999. Nunavut, meaning our land in Inuktitut, was established in 1999 from the eastern part of the Northwest Territories. Question 443. Thousands of miners came to the Yukon during the gold rush of the A. 1860s, B. 1890s, C. 1990s, D. 1910s. The answer is B. 1890s. Thousands of miners came to the Yukon during the gold rush of the 1890s. Question 444. Which of the following region is often referred to as the Land of Midnight Sun? A. Atlantic, B. Northern Territories, C. Central Canada, D. West Coast. The answer is B. Northern Territories. The North is often referred to as the Land of the Midnight Sun. Question 445. Which province has a population of about 85 Inuit, and Inuktitut is the official and first language in schools there? A. Yukon, B. Northwest Territories, C. Alberta, D. Nunavut. The answer is D. Nunavut. Nunavut has a population of about 85 Inuit, and Inuktitut is an official language and the first language in schools. The Canadian Rangers. Question 446. Which animal is the symbol of north of Canada? A. Beaver, B. Porcupine, C. Caribou, D. Camel. The answer is C. Caribou. The caribou, reindeer, is a popular game for hunters and a symbol of Canada's north. Question 447. Which of the following is a part of the Canadian Forces Reserve, militia? A. Canadian Police, B. Canadian Rangers, C. Canadian Doctors, D. Canadian Army. The answer is B. Canadian Rangers. Canada's vast north brings security and sovereignty challenges. Dealing with harsh weather conditions in an isolated region, the Canadian Rangers, part of the Canadian Forces Reserves, militia. Question 448. On which automobile do the Rangers travel in winter from the Resolute to the magnetic North Pole? A. Motorbike. B. Heat engine cars. C. Snowmobiles. D. None of these. The answer is C. Snowmobiles. The Rangers travel by snowmobile in the winter and all-terrain vehicles in the summer from the Resolute to the magnetic North Pole. Federal questions. Question 449. A member of Parliament from Montreal announces that she will spend her weekend in her electoral district. This means she would be A. In her office on Parliament Hill. B. Visiting the province of Quebec. C. In the part of Montreal where she was elected. D. Going on a vacation. The answer is C. In the part of Montreal where she was elected. An electoral district is a geographical area represented by a member of Parliament, MP. The citizens in each electoral district elect one MP who sits in the House of Commons. Question 450. After a federal election, which party forms the new government? A. The party with the most elected representatives is invited by the Governor-General to become the party in power. B. The Queen herself picks any party to run the government. C. The Governor-General proposes a law for elected officials to become the governing body. D. The premiers of each province pick a party to run the government. The answer is A. The party with the most elected representatives is invited by the Governor-General to become the party in power. The people in each electoral district vote for the candidate and political party of their choice. The candidate who receives the most votes become the MP for that electoral district. Fatima is a new immigrant in Canada. What law allows her to take a job at par with a man? A. Equality of women and men. B. Equality of all races. C. Equal pay for equal work. D. Equal rights. The answer is A. Equality of women and men. Getting a job, taking care of one's family, and working hard in keeping with one's abilities are important Canadian values. Question 452. From where does the name Canada come from? A. From the Inuit word meaning country. B. From the French word meaning joining. C. From the Metis word meaning rivers. D. From Kanata, the Huron-Iroquois word for village. The answer is D. From Kanata, the Huron-Iroquois word for village. Cartier heard two captured guides speak the Iroquoian word Kanata, meaning village. By the 1550s, the name of Canada began appearing on maps. Question 453. Give us an example of where English and French have equal status in Canada. A. In schools. B. In the workplace. C. In the Parliament of Canada. D. At City Hall. The answer is C. In the Parliament of Canada. The federal government is required by law to provide services throughout Canada in English and French. Question 454. Give the first line of Canada's national anthem. A. O Canada, our home and native land. B. O Canada, our province and native land. C. O Canada, from far and wide, O Canada. D. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. The answer is A. O Canada, our home and native land. O Canada, our home and native land, is the English version of O Canada, terre de nos aïeux, is the French version. Question 455. How is the government formed after a federal election? A. The party with the most elected representatives becomes the party in power. The Queen chooses the Prime Minister from this party. B. Ordinarily, the party with the most elected representatives becomes the party in power. The leader of this party becomes the Prime Minister. C. The Governor General picks a party and a Prime Minister to run the government. D. Each province elects one representative to form the government. The Queen then chooses the Prime Minister. The answer is B. Ordinarily, the party with the most elected representatives becomes the party in power. The leader of this party becomes the Prime Minister. Ordinarily, after an election, the leader of the political party with the most seats in the House of Commons is invited by the Governor General to form the government. After being appointed by the Governor General, the leader of this party becomes the Prime Minister. Question 456. In Canada, are you allowed to question the police about their service or conduct? A. No. Police service and conduct is not open to discussion with Canadians. B. Yes. You can question their service, but not their conduct. C. Yes. You can question their conduct, but not their service. D. Yes, if you feel the need to. The answer is D. Yes, if you feel the need to. You can question the police about their service or conduct if you feel you need to. Almost all police forces in Canada have a process by which you can bring your concerns to the police and seek action. Question 457. In what industry do most Canadians work? A. Natural resources. B. Tourism. C. Service. D. Manufacturing. The answer is C. Service. More than 75% of working Canadians now have jobs in service industries. Question 458. In which region do more than half the people in Canada live? A. Central Canada. B. Prairies. C. Atlantic Canada. D. Northern Canada. The answer is A. Central Canada. More than half the population in Canada live in cities and towns near the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River in southern Quebec and Ontario, known as Central Canada and the industrial and manufacturing heartland. Question 459. Name all the federal political parties in the House of Commons and their leaders. A. Conservative, Poilievre. NDP, Singh. Liberal, Trudeau. Bloc Québécois, Blanchette. Green Party, Kuttner. B. Conservative, Poilievre. Green, May. Liberal, Trudeau. Bloc Québécois, Duceppe. C. NDP, Singh. Green, May. Liberal, Ray. Bloc Québécois, Paillet. D. Liberal, Trudeau. Conservative, Poilievre. NDP, Singh. Green, May. The answer is A. Conservative, Poilievre. NDP, Singh. Liberal, Trudeau. Bloc Québécois, Blanchette. Green Party, Kuttner. Question 460. Name the 5 regions of Canada. A. Midwest, North, South, East, Central. B. Maritimes, Ontario, Quebec, Prairies, and British Columbia. C. Atlantic, Central, Prairie, West Coast, and North. D. West, Central, East, Prairies, and Territories. The answer is C. Atlantic, Central, Prairie, West Coast, and North. The 5 regions of Canada are considered of Atlantic, Central, Prairie, West Coast, and North. Question 461. Name 3 additional rights protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. A. Freedom of speech, right to own land, and right to a fair trial. B. Mobility rights, multiculturalism, and Aboriginal peoples' rights. C. Right to ski anywhere in Canada, moving rights, and right to public assembly. D. Right to vote, right to speak publicly, and security rights. The answer is B. Mobility rights, multiculturalism, and Aboriginal people's rights. The Charter attempts to summarize fundamental freedoms while also setting out additional rights. The most important of these include mobility rights, multiculturalism, Aboriginal people's rights, and official language rights and minority language educational rights. Question 462. Name 2 fundamental freedoms protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. A. Freedom of conscience and religion, and freedom of association. B. Equality rights and to care for Canada's heritage. C. Basic freedoms and obeying laws. D. Aboriginal people's rights and to volunteer. The answer is A. Freedom of conscience and religion, and freedom of association. The Great Charter of Freedoms, including freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion and expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. Question 463. Name 2 key documents that contain our rights and freedoms. A. The Canadian Constitution and English Common Law. B. Civil Code of France and the Canadian Constitution. C. Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Magna Carta, the Great Charter of Freedoms. D. Laws passed by Parliament and English Common Law. The answer is C. Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Magna Carta, the Great Charter of Freedoms. Canadian citizens have rights and responsibilities. These come to us from our history, are secured by Canadian law, and structured in Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Magna Carta, the Great Charter of Freedoms. Question 464. Name 2 responsibilities of the federal government. A. National defense and firefighting. B. National defense and foreign policy. C. Citizenship and highways. D. Recycling and education. The answer is B. National defense and foreign policy. The federal government has 10 responsibilities, and 2 of them are national defense and foreign policy. Question 465. Name 2 responsibilities of the provincial and territorial government. A. Citizenship and foreign policy. B. Health and education. C. Defense and currency. D. Criminal law and interprovincial trade. The answer is B. Health and education. The old province of Canada was split into 2 new provinces, Ontario and Quebec, which together with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia formed the new country called the Dominion of Canada. Each province would elect its own legislature and have control of such areas as education and health. Question 466. What are some examples of taking responsibility for yourself and your family? A. Buying a house and a TV. B. Getting a job, taking care of one's family, and working hard in keeping one's abilities. C. Doing laundry and keeping the house clean. D. Study hard so you can earn enough money to take a vacation. The answer is B. Getting a job, taking care of one's family, and working hard in keeping with one's abilities. Getting a job, taking care of one's family, and working hard in keeping with one's abilities are important Canadian values. Work contributes to personal dignity and self-respect, and to Canada's prosperity. Question 467. What are the Prairie Provinces and their capital cities? A. Alberta, Edmonton, and Saskatchewan, Regina. B. Alberta, Edmonton, Saskatchewan, Regina, and Manitoba, Winnipeg. C. Saskatchewan, Regina, and Manitoba, Winnipeg. D. Saskatchewan, Regina, Manitoba, Winnipeg, and Ontario, Toronto. The answer is B. Alberta, Edmonton, Saskatchewan, Regina, and Manitoba, Winnipeg. Canada has 10 provinces and 3 territories. Each province and territory has its own capital city. The region of Prairie Provinces has 3 province territory which are Alberta, Edmonton, Saskatchewan, Regina, and Manitoba, Winnipeg. Question 468. What are the territories of northern Canada and their capital cities? A. Alaska, Juneau, and Yukon Territory, Whitehorse. B. Northwest Territories, Yellowknife, and Alaska, Juneau. C. Northwest Territories, Yellowknife. D. Yukon Territory, Whitehorse, Northwest Territories, Yellowknife, and Nunavut, Iqaluit. The answer is D. Yukon Territory, Whitehorse, Northwest Territories, Yellowknife, and Nunavut, Iqaluit. The region of northern Canada has 3 province territory, which are Yukon Territory, Whitehorse, Northwest Territories, Yellowknife, and Nunavut, Iqaluit. Question 469. What are the 3 levels of government in Canada? A. Federal, provincial and territorial, municipal, local. B. Federal, provincial, and city. C. Federal, territorial, and provincial. D. Federal, state, and local. The answer is A. Federal, provincial and territorial, municipal, local. There are federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments in Canada. The responsibilities of the federal and provincial governments were defined in 1867 in the British North America Act, now known as the Constitution Act, 1867. Question 470. What are the 2 official languages of Canada? A. English and Métis. B. Inuktitut and French. C. English and French. D. English and Inuktitut. The answer is C. English and French. Official language rights and minority language educational rights. French and English have equal status in Parliament and throughout the government. Question 471. What did the Canadian Pacific Railway symbolize? A. Easy access to the West Coast. B. What can be achieved by working together. C. Unity. D. Ribbons of steel. The answer is C. Unity. On November 7, 1885, a powerful symbol of unity was completed when Donald Smith, Lord Strathcona, the Scottish-born director of the Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, drove the last spike. Question 472. What did the Fathers of Confederation do? A. They worked together to establish a new country, the Dominion of Canada. B. They were explorers who formed an expedition to survey northern Canada. C. They formed a republic state in Canada. D. They were a group of politicians that tried to unite Canada to the United States. The answer is A. They worked together to establish a new country, the Dominion of Canada. The Fathers of Confederation established the Dominion of Canada on July 1, 1867, the birth of the country that we know today. Question 473. What does the Canadian flag look like? A. Red and white with provincial emblems. B. Red and white with a beaver. C. White with a red border on each end and a red maple leaf in the center. D. Red with a white maple leaf. The answer is C. White with a red border on each end and a red maple leaf in the center. A new Canadian flag was raised for the first time in 1965. The red, white, red pattern comes from the flag of the Royal Military College, Kingston, founded in 1876. Red and white had been colors of France and England since the Middle Ages, and the national colors of Canada since 1921. Question 474. What is Canada's system of government called? A. Dictatorship. B. Parliamentary government. C. Military rule. D. Communism. The answer is B. Parliamentary government. Canadians are bound together by a shared commitment to the rule of law and to the institutions of parliamentary government. Question 475. What is the head tax? A. Race-based entry fee charged for Chinese entering Canada. B. Fee charged for anyone entering Canada after 1900. C. A tax imposed on beer beginning in 1867. D. Fee charged for moving westward in the early 1900s. The answer is A. Race-based entry fee charged for Chinese entering Canada. Afterwards, the Chinese were subject to discrimination, including the head tax, a race-based entry fee. The Government of Canada apologized in 2006 for this discriminatory policy. After many years of heroic work, the CPR's ribbons of steel fulfilled a national dream. Question 476. What is the largest religious affiliation in Canada? A. Catholic. B. Muslim. C. Jewish. D. Hindu. The answer is A. Catholic. The largest religious affiliation is Catholic, followed by various Protestant churches. Question 477. What is the name of the Governor General? A. David Johnston. B. Mary Simon. C. Richard Wanger. D. Julie Payette. The answer is B. Mary Simon. The name of the Governor General is Mary Simon. Question 478. What is the name of the Prime Minister of Canada and her party? A. Justin Trudeau, Liberal Party. B. Stephen Harper, Conservative Party. C. Thomas Mulcair, New Democratic Party. D. Christy Clark, Liberal Party. The answer is A. Justin Trudeau, Liberal Party. The name of the Prime Minister of Canada is Justin Trudeau, and his party is Liberal Party. Question 479. What is the role of the opposition parties? A. To assist the Prime Minister. B. To sign bills. C. To oppose or try to improve government proposals. D. To put forward bills to be passed. The answer is C. To oppose or try to improve government proposals. The role of opposition parties is to peacefully oppose or try to improve government proposals. Question 480. What percentage of Aboriginal people are First Nations? A. 30%. B. 6%. C. 50%. D. 65%. The answer is D. 65%. About 65% of the Aboriginal people are First Nations, while 30% are Metis and 4% Inuit. Question 481. What should you do if you do not receive a voter information card telling you when and where to vote? A. Go to the police station. B. Call your member of parliament. C. Assume you cannot vote. D. Call Elections Canada or visit their website. The answer is D. Call Elections Canada or visit their website. Once an election has been called, Elections Canada mails a voter information card to each elector whose name is in the National Register of Electors. The card lists when and where you vote and the number to call if you require. Question 482. When you vote on Election Day, what do you do? A. Go to the voting station, tell them who you are, and mark your X. Give the ballot back to the attendant. B. Go to the voting station, remove one ballot, and after marking your X, deposit it in the ballot box. C. Go to the voting station, take your voter's card with proof of identity, highlight your choice on the ballot, and deposit it in the box. D. Go to the voting station with your voter's card and ID, mark an X next to your chosen candidate, fold the ballot, and present it to the poll officials, who will tear off the ballot number and give you the ballot to deposit in the box. The answer is D. The procedures during an election period are to go to the voting station with your voter's card and ID, mark an X next to your chosen candidate, Fold the ballot and present it to the poll officials, who will tear off the ballot number and give you the ballot to deposit in the box. Question 483. Where do most French-speaking Canadians live? A. Ontario. B. Nova Scotia. C. Quebec. D. Prince Edward Island. The answer is C. Quebec. Nearly 8 million people live in Quebec, the vast majority along or near the St. Lawrence River. More than 3/4 speak French as their first language. Question 484. Which act granted, for the first time in Canada, legislative assemblies elected by the people? A. The Constitutional Act of 1867. B. The Constitutional Act of 1791. C. The Constitutional Act of 1982. D. The Constitutional Act of 2010. The answer is B. The Constitutional Act of 1791. The first representative assembly was elected in Halifax, Nova Scotia in 1758. Prince Edward Island followed in 1773. New Brunswick in 1785. The Constitutional Act of 1791 divided the province of Quebec into Upper Canada, later Ontario, which was mainly Loyalist, Protestant, and English-speaking, and Lower Canada, later Quebec, heavily Catholic and French-speaking. Question 485. Which country borders Canada on the south? A. United States of America. B. Central America. C. Mexico. D. Washington. The answer is A. United States of America. 3 oceans line Canada's frontiers: the Pacific Ocean in the west, the Atlantic Ocean in the east, and the Arctic Ocean to the north. Along the southern edge of Canada lies the Canada-United States boundary. Both Canada and the USA are committed to a safe, secure, and efficient frontier. Question 486. Which federal political party is in power? A. Green Party. B. New Democratic Party. C. Liberal Party. D. Conservative Party. The answer is C. Liberal Party. The name of the Prime Minister of Canada is Justin Trudeau, and his party is Liberal Party. Question 487. Which of the following statements about residential schools is not true? A. The federal government placed many Aboriginal children in residential schools to educate and assimilate them into mainstream Canadian culture. B. The schools were poorly funded and inflicted hardship on the students. C. The schools were welcomed by the Aboriginal people. D. Aboriginal language and cultural practices were mostly prohibited. The answer is C. The schools were welcomed by the Aboriginal people. From the 1800s until the 1980s, the federal government placed many Aboriginal children in residential schools to educate and assimilate them into mainstream Canadian culture. The schools were poorly funded and inflicted hardship on the students. Some were physically abused. Aboriginal languages and cultural practices were mostly prohibited. Question 488. Which party is the official opposition at the federal level? A. The New Democratic Party. B. The Liberal Party. C. The Independent Party. D. The Conservative Party. The answer is D. The Conservative Party. The opposition party with the most members of the House of Commons is the official opposition of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. The role of opposition parties is to peacefully oppose or try to improve government proposals. There are 3 major political parties currently represented in the House of Commons: the Conservative Party, the New Democratic Party, and the Liberal Party. Question 489. Which region covers more than 1/3 of Canada? A. Central Canada. B. Prairies. C. Atlantic Canada. D. Northern Territories. The answer is D. Northern Territories. The Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon contain 1/3 of Canada's landmass but have a population of only 100,000. Question 490. Which region is known as the industrial and manufacturing heartland of Canada? A. Atlantic provinces. B. Prairie provinces. C. Central Canada. D. West Coast. The answer is C. Central Canada. More than half the people in Canada live in cities and towns near the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River in southern Quebec and Ontario, known as Central Canada, and the industrial and manufacturing heartland. Question 491. Which region of Canada is known for both its fertile agricultural land and valuable energy resources? A. British Columbia. B. Prairie provinces. C. Ontario. D. Manitoba. The answer is B. Prairie provinces. Alberta is the most populous prairie province. Alberta is the largest producer of oil and gas, and the oil sands in the north are being developed as a major energy source. Alberta is also renowned for agricultural, especially for the vast cattle ranches that make Canada one of the world's major beef producers. Question 492. Which was the last province to join Canada? A. Newfoundland. B. Alberta. C. Saskatchewan. B. British Columbia. The answer is A. Newfoundland. Newfoundland and Labrador joined Canada in 1949 by an act of the British Parliament before the 1982 patriation of the Constitution. Question 493. Who are the Quebecers? A. European settlers in the 1600s. B. Descendants of the French colonists. C. Descendants of the Anglophones. D. People of Quebec. The answer is D. People of Quebec. Quebecers are the people of Quebec, the vast majority French-speaking. Question 494. Who played an important part in building the Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR? A. American railroad engineers. B. Acadian railroad workers. C. Chinese railroad workers. D. African American slaves. The answer is C. Chinese railroad workers. Chinese workers camp on the CPR, Kamloops, BC, 1886. Question 495. Who have major responsibilities on First Nations reserves? A. Band chiefs and councillors. B. Municipal governments. C. Provincial and territorial governments. D. Federal government. The answer is A. Band chiefs and councillors. The First Nations have band chiefs and councillors who have major responsibilities on First Nations reserves, including housing, schools, and other services. Question 496. Who is General Sir Arthur Currie? A. A military leader of the Metis in the 19th century. B. A great frontier hero. C. An explorer of Western Canada. D. Canada's greatest soldier in the First World War. The answer is D. Canada's greatest soldier in the First World War. In 1918, under the command of General Sir Arthur Currie, Canada's greatest soldier, the Canadian Corps advanced alongside the French and British Empire troops in the last 100 days. Question 497. Who is the leader of the federal official opposition party? A. Candice Bergen. B. Andrew Scheer. C. Aaron O'Toole. D. Pierre Poilievre. The answer is D. Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre, member of the Parliament of Carleton, Ontario, is a Canadian politician serving as leader of the official opposition of Canada. Question 498. Who led an armed uprising and seized Fort Garry? A. John A. Macdonald. B. Louis Riel. C. Sam Steele. D. George Etienne Cartier. The answer is B. Louis Riel. When Canada took over the vast Northwest region from the Hudson's Bay Company in 1869, the 12,000 metis of the Red River were not consulted. In response, Louis Riel led an armed uprising and seized Fort Garry, the territorial capital. Question 499. Who led Quebec into Confederation? A. Sir Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine. B. Sir George Étienne Cartier. C. Sir Wilfrid Laurier. D. Sir John A. Macdonald. The answer is B. Sir George Étienne Cartier. Sir George Étienne Cartier led Quebec into Confederation and helped negotiate the entry of the Northwest Territories, Manitoba, and British Columbia into Canada. Question 500. Who was Sir Sam Steele? A. A great frontier hero, mounted policeman, and soldier of the Queen. B. A military leader of the Metis in the 19th century. C. The first Prime Minister of Canada. D. The father of Manitoba. The answer is A. A great frontier hero, mounted policeman, and soldier of the Queen. Today, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, or the Mounties, are the national police force and one of Canada's best-known symbols. Some of Canada's most colorful heroes, such as Major General Sir Sam Steele, came from the ranks of the Mounties. Question 501. Who were the voyageurs? A. Montreal-based traders who traveled by canoe. B. Immigrants to Canada in the 18th century. C. Explorers searching for the Northwest Passage. D. Geographers who first charted the coastline of British Columbia. The answer is A. Montreal-based traders who traveled by canoe. The skilled and courageous men who traveled by canoe were called voyageurs and coureurs des bois and formed strong alliances with First Nations. Question 502. Why is trade with other countries important to Canada? A. It enhances our standard of living. B. It makes it easier for us to travel to foreign countries. C. It enhances our economy and raises our standard of living. D. It brings in cheaper goods. The answer is C. It enhances our economy and raises our standard of living. For centuries, Canada's economy was based mainly on farming and on exporting natural resources.